tiaki na maramatange e te atua, mo tō mātou kingi, mo te wharekau i ariki, mo ngā tinana e mauiwiti ana, tainoa kia mātou katoa i te rānei ai. No te koro ria, no te koro ria, no te koro ria, arire, rire, hau, pai mārire. Inainei, ka waiata ngātahi tātou, i te tihi waiata, ko te ingo o tēnei waiata, ko te aroha. Nō reira, ki te mohi o koutou, ki tēnei waiata, waiata mai, ka pai. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi Māori e tātou e. Kia ora mai rā tātou, ka pai. E te tī, e te tā, e a kundui, e a kurahi. Kia ora mai rā tātou ki tēnei huihuinga rangatira rawātu, tēnei huihuinga mō ngai tātou, ngā tangata Puoro o Aotearoa. Nō reira, hara mai, tauti mai, nau mai, kia ora mai rā tātou. Inainei, ka whatu me ki te rākau, ki tō tātou whaia, whaia Teresa, nō reira, kia ora e te whaia, nau mai.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that beautiful karakia, Theia. Kia ora koutou, malo lele. I'm Teresa Patterson. I'm the chair of the Music Managers Forum. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2022 Official Music Month Summit. It's the first time we've had it in the wonderful Tuning Fork, and I feel like, well, this won't be my decision for much longer, but I feel like we should do it here every year. Kath and I were just discussing before how long we've been running the summit for, and we believe the first one was in 2007 or 2006, so this could be our 17th year. It was something that Kath and I started in our relative positions, Music Managers Forum and the New Zealand Music Commission, as a day where the music community could come and come to a safe space and network, meet the industry, you know, upskill, learn about various aspects of the industry. And over the years, it's had many iterations, and it's so great that for the last few years, we've been able to have it in person, a couple of years not in person, but also live stream it so that people all around the country can see it. We've got a whole range of exciting seminars for you today, and before we go on to the first one, I'll just hand over to Kath Anderson.
Ko Kath tēnei mai, I te reoreka o Aotearoa ko te New Zealand Music Commission. Thanks for coming out on a Saturday morning. We really appreciate everyone getting up. Very pleased. It's a beautiful day here in Tamaki Makaurau. I want to say good morning to everyone watching on the Stream Shop live stream. People all over the country, but also thank you to people who got up this morning, weren't feeling the best, stayed home and isolated and kept us safe. Thank you for doing that for us. Firstly, this morning, I just wanted to acknowledge and say a huge thank you to Nicola Edwards, who's the Capability Manager at the New Zealand Music Commission, and Lorraine Owen, who's the Operations Manager at the Music Managers Forum. Everything you see in here, eat everything today, all because of these two awesome wahine. So thank you so much, Nicola. Thank you so much, Lorraine, for putting today together for us. So thank you. I want to say thank you to the Tuning Fork for having us. It's awesome to be here. And we got a very special raupu in the house. A whole bunch of people who have been part of the Music Commission's industry internship program are here. So all the cohort of interns, you've been awesome this year, and it's really great that you could join us today. I really want to acknowledge Teresa. As she said, we've been doing this for a number of years and it's changed so many times. We never thought that we'd be broadcasting it out on the internet and looking at New Zealanders taking their music to the world as part of the summit. You know, it started as a real back to basics thing and it's been wonderful to watch it grow over the years. I have the housekeeping job. So, 2 exits if there is reason for us to evacuate. There is the one that you entered through and the one just over here behind the pole. If you need to use the bathroom, it's down behind the bar, so you go around to the right and you'll find the bathrooms just down there. Lunch will be served at the back of the room. You're all getting a complimentary Eat My Lunch today to get you through and make sure you're sparking and ready for the afternoon sessions. And you can help yourself to tea, coffee and water. It's going to be on the bar all day. The bar service will open at lunchtime for anyone who wants to purchase something. I might be waiting till a bit later in the day myself. If you go to the back of the room and think you might be able to get into the Dali exhibition, you are out of luck today. So the door at the back doesn't go through to Dali. If you wanted to do that in your lunch break, you can go around to Gate B where they're selling tickets. Right. I thought I was going to have to ask everyone to move forward, but you're awesome and you've done that already, so top work, thank you. And now we're going to get on to the first panel. So, Marama Puoro Aotearoa, so New Zealand Music Month, our theme this year has been Level Up. And it's all about helping bring New Zealand artists to the next level. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank how many New Zealand musicians have gotten in behind the kaupapa. Lots of the established artists who have been name-checking and platforming emerging artists, and other artists who are just making sure that their peers and their colleagues have been recognised. So it's been really great, and thank you very much. So our first panel today is Level Up Your Toolkit, and leading the session is going to be Wairere, and I want to thank Lorraine and Silke, Paula and Theia for investing their time to be with us here today. So, enough talking from us, and now you can hear from them. So, thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Trying to make my my lovely guests here feel a little bit more comfortable. So if we can hear from you, you all doing well this morning? Excellent, excellent. So, levelling up, eh? That's what you fellas want to do? Level up? Well, we've got an amazing panel here for you today, and we're going to be talking about the Artist Toolkit. And I'm going to zip down the line here and introduce this wonderful panel to you. To my left, first, is the wonderful Lorraine Barry, good friend of mine. And she's with the Lorraine Barry Management. Next to her, or one seat over, we've got Silke Hartung from New Zealand Musician. How did I do with that?
Excellent. It was really excellent.
Okay, cool. Then we've got Theia, who's an artist, and thank you very much for your karakia this morning. And she's just released an album, Te Kahu o Rangi. Was that right? Yeah. So she released that last week, a full te reo album. Check that out. And with her is Paula Yeoman from NicNak Media. Morena, everyone.
Morena.
Okay, so the toolkit. I thought maybe we'd start down the end there, Paula, with you, and maybe you could give us it's a bit of a framework to work towards in terms of what is in an artist's toolkit.
Yeah, I think I'll start by saying I've always thought, what are tools and what are assets when people say these words? Because I'm like, I've been doing this for years and I still go, tools? I don't even know what that means. But I mean, I guess I think what I think it means is it's the things that we need at our fingertips whenever you're going to promote your music, whenever you're going to pitch yourself to whoever it may be, a promoter, a festival booker, a record label, the media. So I think, that's how we often do throw those words around, tools, assets. That's essentially what they mean. The key components of what you need to promote yourself as an artist, as a band. So there are a lot of tools that you can have, but I think the core components of a really good toolkit is firstly a good bio. And I know we probably will speak a bit more in depth about bios, so I won't go into great detail. But from my point of view, I mean, I've been a journalist, I'm a music manager, and I also have a PR company. So I kind of come at it from all of those angles. Having been a journalist, I've seen many bios come across my desk. Now, having been someone who writes them for my own artist, and also someone who helps other artists to write them, there's a lot of different types of ways to do a bio, good and bad. But in my opinion, it needs to be clear, succinct, and just simple. It just really needs to capture who you are as an artist. And that can be hard when you're starting out because, you don't have a lot of fancy stats and a lot of, wonderful reviews to fall back on and stuff like that. So it can be tricky, but yeah, we can come on to that maybe a bit later. But a bio, a really clear, succinct bio, a selection of photos that capture who you are as well. And again, I think, we can... And I know Silke will probably speak a bit more about this too, because having, you kind of need to, you do get some photos that you're like, well, these are just not going to look any good in print, or these are not going to look any good online, and what shape is this? So I'll leave that to probably Silke to talk about. But those are the things you need to be mindful of. What do a selection as in different looks maybe, different shapes maybe, But I think for me personally, I do think it needs to capture who you are. I'm the kind of person that visually, everything, I make decisions based on visuals. I make decisions based on what music I listen to by whether I like the cover, the artwork or not. So the same with photos. If I think, oh, that artist looks really interesting. So just be mindful of that. So good photos, good bio, and your music. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it's about, right? I cannot tell you how much music I get sent in 1 week. It's almost impossible to keep track of. And I get it in every which way you can possibly imagine. My laptop is basically chocker. I'm a really bad admin, not good at admin, but my laptop is chocker with files of people's music, which is, basically when people send me stuff to download, I have to download it in various forms. So I personally like to hear music stream, like on a streaming platform, whether it's SoundCloud or the Amazing Disco, which I can also tell you a bit more about later. But these are just really simple ways that you can open up, whether you have those platforms or not, you can hear the music. I just want to click a link and hear the music. So those three things alone are the very core basic things I would expect one to have in a toolkit. And you can, if you've got those three things, then you are doing very well. And then there's a lot of little extra things you can add to. One thing I would just add, a one-pager is really, really a cool thing to have. It is essentially a bio, but the cool thing about a one-pager is, and you will get asked this, I mean, I've been asked many times, can I have Theia's one-pager? And then I'm like, oh shit, is it updated? So, I'm like constantly updating it, but it is a one-page, it is, it probably has, it'll have photos on it, it'll have hyperlinks so you can click on the music and hear it straight away. It'll have stats like, your monthly, your Spotify streams, your chart success, all of those things nicely captured in one page. It is hard if you've got an artist that has like 5 pages worth of things to shout about, but that's what makes it, I guess the challenge is to try and condense it into one page. So, I think those, for me, would be the key components of a good toolkit.
Awesome. Do you guys get that? I expect to see furious writing, so I'll be watching. Thanks, Paula. And so I just wanted to quickly, I guess, it's not the smoothest of segues, but I just wanted to check with you, Theia, and we were talking about it earlier, I guess just around, you're quite active on social media as an artist. I feel like when we engage with you in social media, we're getting your true self, and there's this I guess this thing between what you're putting out there in terms of stats and things like that, and what your key points are. But what do you think about as an artist about how you put yourself forward and as part of your toolkit, I guess social media is going to be part of that, right? And so what do you do? What do you do around that as an artist to help work with the stuff that Paula's putting out?
Oh, okay. I guess
Well, I te tuatahi kia ora, ko Theia tōku ingoa, huri ahau no roto mai Waikato tainui, no te puaha Waikato, ko Ngāti Sipa, ko Ngāti Amaru, ngōku hapu, ko kukutai, ko karaka, ngōku whānau, kia ora. Okay, I would say that, yeah, social media I really love. I love it because I have like many other people during this time, mega high anxiety. And so I like socials because I'm able to just, choose what I put up, choose what I kind of put out. And I think the thing that's changed for me from when I first started off, 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know, I felt like I was obsessed with feeling like I needed to have everything really mega polished and like my captions like so well spoken that it's not even like how I speak. And then a lot of things happened, like I obviously left a major label, and that was remarkably incredible, and have been independent for like 2.5 years. And so kind of when that shift happened, obviously I had like more freedom just in general, like with my music, which kind of was more like experimental and everything like that. So in turn, I felt like my whole entire kind of wairua and āhuatanga on socials also changed, because I just, felt like, oh, it's actually like I don't really have to moderate myself in the way that I felt like I could. Like now I'm more, I don't know, I can just put up pictures that are really quirky or rough, or like also really, really polished. And the way that I write and have kind of like always written, which is kind of quite text languagey, like all lowercase kind of cursive vibes mixed with the Reo Māori, is how I just choose to write. And that just makes me feel so happy. And like I'm just, able to experiment and have fun with socials. And then we were also talking like I'm very passionate about my pics, and kind of like P, I feel like just, I don't know, I want to be able to show exactly what I feel is like kind of my vibe, and also visually describing the sonics of my waiata and things like that. So I kind of, through both being with like, in the early days, a major label where there's a whole lot more of a budget and also an expectation for everything to be extremely like polished, I kind of have, had the experiences of obviously having bigger putea, and so therefore more shiny imagery. But then also at the same time, really having a lot of tino rangatiratanga meki, being an independent artist, where some of the pictures, like for example, following the many blessings that have came with this beautiful record that I released, Rolling Stone did a piece, right? And they used this picture that literally P took of me on all Wairaka, Mount Albert, looking like, literally just dressed myself, did my own hair, did my own makeup, and it doesn't look like it's professionally done. Like the shot's really beautiful, but it's not like super HD or anything. Like it's got a bit of a grain on it from a cell phone and stuff. But it's kind of just proof that I guess I don't want anyone to feel like if you don't have the huge backing of some major or something, that you can't make incredible imagery that resonates with people enough to, be in huge publications. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm passionate about, is just making sure that my visuals, whether they're super glossy with a budget or whether they're just, me dressing myself, styling myself, doing my makeup, doing my hair, and then just, whatever. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I love. And then in turn, P pretty much takes kind of that content, if you like, and puts that in, and yeah. It's fab.
Cool. I guess it'd be easy to kind of misinterpret that the idea that you have a toolkit is a whole bunch of things that you just statistically need to nail, and versus understanding why that you're doing it. Why, Lorraine? And I think we were having a conversation about this earlier, and I know that you've got some thoughts about this around, the motivation towards doing these types of things.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I think we've had the list of what you need to do, but also the list of who it has to go to. And so I think you have tools in various different states. I'm sorry if I refer to my own artists during this, but obviously it's my experience every day. It's what I'm committed to and passionate about and what I'm working on, as is Paula. So I'm sorry if I refer to Dave Dobbyn and Team Dynamite and Tom Scott and my latest Aidan Fine. But you know, when you've had a 40-year career, what new can Dave Dobbyn say? And that has to be a challenge every day for us. So, you know, I have a file that has 3 pages of a biog, and I have one paragraph that tries to capture who he is and what he's done. Or I have what I call a mid-biog that's a little bit longer. But everybody needs to have the things that go to the different people. It's not just you need a biog. You might need 5 biogs. You might need to just be thinking of who am I talking to and how do I need to talk to them and what is the priority. So if you're trying to pitch for a support slot, a promoter really doesn't need to know all that other stuff that you've written. They need to know, why is this act going to be the right person to open? Can they do it? What experience have they had? And you're going to be pitching something different to every person. If you're going to radio, frankly, all radio cares about is, will people stay with this track? Will they stay on my station? Will they listen? And will they learn to love this audience? So you know, I've done this, or I've done this, or I was in the school theatre company. It really is irrelevant. So just once you've come through your creative process, which is so you, I think you then need to step back when you're releasing things and think about, what do other people need? Put yourself in the shoes of whoever you're talking to. Think about, what does Silke need when I'm sending her something versus what does national radio need? And that's across the board with photos, biogs, videos, little snippets. You need to sell yourself in a different way and inform people in a different way as you go along.
Well, so developing those different assets for depending on who you're pitching to, and Silke, as a consumer of you know, toolkits and biogs and photos, what are some of the common mistakes that you see coming across your desk?
Oh gosh, you know where to start. Yeah, what time is it now? I think a big one is attaching large files that I didn't ask for to an email. So you go, hey, my new song is coming out, and it was only like last week, 14 megabyte WAV file attached directly to email, and then asking me to playlist that on a Spotify playlist for you. And it's just like, okay, wow, I don't even know what to say now. So I basically have an autoresponder saying, your file unfortunately landed in my trash because it was really huge and stuffs up my inbox. But these are the ways of how you could get files to me and, you know, still get them to be heard. So large files in any way, in any shape or form, are something I just can't deal with. Otherwise, I'm pretty open to really shitty bios, as long as they mention the W's, what, where, who, when, and maybe what can I do? Like what can I even do for you? It's if you say, hey, name's Pete, I'm from Huntley, and here is a link to my song. I make hip hop. Then I'm like, cool. These are all things I'm happy that I need to know, and that's really, really basic. And I'll probably click that link to check out your song. If you give me an A4 page worth of, in 1984, I was born in Hamilton, moved to Huntley, stayed there. And I'm like, oh my God, what do you mean? Like, that's all irrelevant. And then you attach 3 photos that are all 5 megabytes and a WAV file. I'm not even going to probably look at that. And I'm so sorry, but I get like hundreds of emails, and there's nothing I can, you know, if I have to go hard to extract the info I need, which really is your name, maybe past projects, where you're from, genre, and please find your genre. And I know it's so hard, and no one likes being put in a drawer, but think about it. You know, it makes it so much easier for anyone receiving your email to find out if you fit in in that week. You know, I always go, man, I would really love to feature more R&B soul. I don't get tons of messages. If your message says it's R&B soul, I'm usually like, ka-ching, yes, this is so great. This is exactly what I was looking for this week. So just mention it, you know. So I guess most things have been mentioned in terms of bios. What Lorraine said about different lengths of bios. If you give me a super short 2-line bio that just mentions the bare basics, I'm already pretty happy. And then if I want to, I go, this is actually quite interesting and fills one of my slots this week. I'll probably say, hey, can you tell me a little more about yourself? And it would be incredibly handy if you then don't have to panic, get a heart attack, and write a fancy bio for me. If you just had it there, and you can just, you know, draw onto that. And talking about photos, usually, I mean, we are still a print magazine, and I do often, for print, obviously have to request print-sized pictures in high resolution. Find out, just, you know, maybe do some research into what does high resolution mean? What does web resolution, screen resolution mean? What do these things mean, and what is required here? And don't just send photos. Maybe just send a folder with photos, a link to a Dropbox saying help yourself to the photos, various sizes here. That makes it much easier. I think as an artist, as Lorraine said, you have to think about who am I sending things to, and what do they need to do with it, and how can I make it easy? Because if you imagine you get 120 emails a day, all kind of wanting the same thing, all like, and honestly, the quality of music is usually really high. There are very few awful songs that I get sent. So I not only do I have to respond to the emails, I have to listen to them. And if you want to stand out here, make it really easy for me. You know, don't stumble at send you a way huge file, send you a PDF. I mean, I can't even copy really out of a PDF. PDFs are a huge pain for me. Why would you not put what you want to say in the body of an email so it's right there? And I don't have to click onto a Dropbox, click onto a PDF file, which annoys me, download maybe the PDF file, and then have 5 megabytes on my computer that I'll never get rid of unless I spend ages in admin. Just make it really easy. Make a link, click, easy to look. Here's my bio, click. Or I put the bio right in there, but give me asset folders. Links to your social media helps me immensely. I will stalk you. Let's be fair. I will look at your Spotify numbers, and I will check out if there's a Bandcamp, which is still my preferred platform to embed things on because people can buy stuff. I will stalk you hard. So make it easy. If you say, please playlist my song, and I have to find you on Spotify to playlist your song, then it's already like, you could have just given me the link, please. Please, I do this 100 times a day. So just maybe, if you take away anything at all from what I'm saying is, do email me either way. You can keep it short. Just give me the info I need and a link, and we're cool. I'll probably tell you what I need. If I'm interested, I'll respond and I'll say something to help you, because I want to help you. I really hate having to say no 95% of the time. I want to help you. And what was the other thing that I lost while I went into a tangent? Thank you. Sorry, I forgot there was one more thing I wanted to say, but I forgot.
I'm sure it will come up.
Come talk to me after. Say hi and ask stuff.
So, my many years of working in the industry, it's all about workflow. It's all about kind of figuring out the workflow of the people you're trying to engage with and connect with, and how you can make literally their job easier. Yep. And so, I hear what you're saying, particularly around, I guess, there is this feeling that of the looking professional and wanting to put their best foot forward. So sending you the highest quality version of the song and putting it into a PDF that's really well groomed and graphic designed, so that it gives that first impression. But the reality is making it easy to extract the biog out of it, a nice easy place to get the photos, nice easy way of recognizing what genre you're in, so you can figure out what that's going. The same could be said for festivals as well, I suppose. Or is there a difference? And I guess I'll come back to you, Paula. In terms of approaching festivals, what type of stuff are you going to put together for a festival so that it makes their workflow easier and easier to pick one of your artists?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing to always remember, and Lorraine really summed it up well, is that what you send out will need to be adapted to the audience, to the person you're pitching yourself to at all times. And I think, so the important thing is to have everything at your fingertips. And I mean, what I do is I keep a list of achievements. Like, otherwise I would just lose track of everything. So for every artist I have, and you should do this for yourselves if you don't already, is always just keep a running list of everything. Otherwise you'll be scouring through, when did I get into the charts, or when did this happen? So that you've got it at hand, right? And then what you're going to do is work out what, if you even need that information, what of that list are you going to include in perhaps updating that little bio that is there at all times. It just sums you up, but you can adapt it really easily and quickly. So just keep that in mind. And I think do your research. I mean, that's the other thing. I think a lot of people probably just think, I'll just send it to a festival and hope that these guys will like what I'm doing. Well, definitely do your research. What are the lineups from the last 5 years? Is your music suited to that? That type of thing. Same with media. If you make pop music, you're not going to be pitching yourself to the rock. Same sort of thing, right? So do your research, and I think that the onus is on you to do that before you even send that email. And then with festivals, obviously, what festivals are looking for is they want to know that you are a great live performer. They want to see footage of you performing live. And I know, again, that's really hard if you're just starting out and you haven't even had that opportunity. I mean, how do you get the opportunity to even do it? But, I work with artists who don't have a lot of, or if any, footage, but they'll come up with some kind of way to do it. And again, it could just be a live, you singing live. Sometimes it's just you on your iPhone, and I've sent stuff like that to bookers and they've loved it. But so you want live footage. That really does help. You do want to, with festivals, they do want to know what you've got built around the fact, if I'm pitching an artist now for Rhythm and Vines in December, what else is what has the artist got coming up between now and then? Because they're taking a punt if they book them now, aren't they? I mean, if nothing happens between now and December, they've got and they've got you on the lineup, there's not much happening. So you want to tell them what have you got coming up. So that might include like a bit of a rundown on, I've got these singles coming up, I've got an album coming up. Festival bookers will ask to hear the music that's not released. So again, going back to what we were talking about before, send them a streaming link, because they're probably not going to want to download a massive file, or they probably don't want to hear like a really rough mix either, or something like that you're not overly happy with. So just be really mindful that you're putting your best foot forward. So they want to hear the music. They want to know that you can perform, so they want to see the footage. They probably do want a bio, but again, you're not going to send a bio full of, like a flowery bio, a bio with creative language about, your history as a child, probably. You're going to really try and focus in on the fact that, what you're doing and what's going to happen, I feel. So, and the same, it's the same with the media, like if you're sending out a bio, all of this information in whatever shape or format to media, if it's around a release, they don't put that at the bottom of the bio. They want to know right at the top what you're doing. And so just, keep in mind, I think at all times, who your information and who your pitch is going to, and tailor it to that person or audience, Do
you find, Theia, that festivals or anyone that you're engaging with might like to leverage off your influence in terms of what you're doing on online and in social media? I mean, you've got a presence, and so.
Oh yeah, like I have festivals contact me directly from Instagram, if that's what you mean, and I really love that. In the same way, sometimes I reach out to people via Instagram as well, and I feel like the reason why that works is because you can see everything I'm doing on my Instagram. Like I kind of have, it's not, it's kind of a mix of really cute, cool pics of whatever I'm doing mixed with like achievements and so it's kind of like a perfect visual bio, if you will, and so I feel like it just makes it really obvious. There's like live, I always put, you know, because I'm really proud of it and work really hard on it, I always put really cool clips, even if they're just kind of rough because they look dope anyways, on my socials of me performing. So like you should be able to see if you come on my socials, whether it's for Te Kahu, which is a wholly Wairere Māori project, or whether it's Theia, which is more alt, experimental. Yeah, you should be able to look on there and see, you know, screenshots of cool articles or magazine things, really cute, just random shoots that I make with my mates, clips from live performances, pretty much just like almost like a perfect, like hypothetically, like a, you know, if I was like a model, it would be like a model portfolio, you know. So I think the utilizing of socials in that way is really cool because it kind of can be this perfect balance of, you know, how like I mean, I don't write my bios or anything. I'm not really remotely interested in that. I'd rather make music, so that's why I've got Amazing P to do that. But I'm just saying, like, obviously this is all very like, you know, the more formal stuff, and then I feel like that's what my strength is, and I'm able to portray on my socials is, you know, kind of show myself, my personality, but also a little bit of like a CV of what's happening, and then therefore it makes it way more approachable for, you know, promoters or bookers or even like, you know, magazines, blogs, everyone. They just get in my DMs and will, you know, ask if I want to do something. And then normally from there, I will respond like personally and in my own way, which is, you know, like warm and cute, but then I'll refer onto Paula from there. So it's kind of a really cool, refreshing way of doing things where it gives that kind of first-hand contact where people feel like, oh, wow, like this girl is like really personable and this is really cute. I feel like I'm able to approach her and stuff, but then I'm not going to like do the whole thing myself. I'm going to refer onto P, who can then give all of the more technical things that they need, such as usually it's like bios, footage, photos. So yeah, for sure. Socials are honestly amazing and I'm very much passionate about them.
Yeah.
I would also just add that 9 times out of 10 requests for, let's just say Te Kahu, because it's the current music you're working on, will come via having someone seen a video of Te Kahu singing on Instagram or TikTok. So that's where it starts. And I think that's interesting too, to know that, yeah, there is a formal way, a formal approach that has to be gone through. Not everyone is lucky enough to have a manager or a team of people that are doing this, and I fully understand that. So what's good for you to know is that people are watching your socials and they do come via those things. You know, even just, and again, you know, not everyone's, you might have done it like an RNZ live session, let's say. Not everyone has seen that, or you might do something for, I don't know, Stuff or BFM, but not everyone sees it there. So your social media is really your way of letting people know what you have done in a way that you feel comfortable with. I know not everyone loves social media, but where you can embrace it and where you can be yourself and, you know, just do it, it really does pay off. Because like I say, I would say most of the bookings for Te Kahu all come through having seen some form of live music, her singing somewhere. Yep.
Well, and also, I'm so sorry, Fire. It means the other thing is that, of course, even though that content is sitting on formal platforms, for example, I've done Te Kahu amazing live sessions with RNZ. It's sitting on those platforms, but we've just kind of screen shared or whatever, put them on Instagram. Then that means other people can share them, which is really cool in a more kind of organic way in their stories, and therefore it can just reach so many more people, which is really refreshing, and then they can come to you. E te whaia, kia ora.
Sorry, I took notes all over the place there, so I might jump about. But, you know, I think, can we just take it back a little bit and do the reality check? There are 60,000 songs going up every 24 hours on Spotify. There are hundreds of artists in New Zealand trying to get radio play or coverage or get a support slot or be on a festival bill. You are competing against the world. You know, every radio station has a choice of dozens and dozens of songs every week. So your bar has to be set so very, very high. And I think most of us will have experienced when the bar wasn't high with things that came to us. You know, I wondered if you'd like to manage me. Here's a little bit of footage. It's not very good, but it gives you an idea. Pass, really. And I think the problem is that if you go too soon and you try too early, judgments are made. I mean, I defy anyone in this room as an artist to say that they don't make judgments when they hear a track, when they see a video, when they read an interview. God, I hate some actors. You know, I don't even know them and I hate them. You know, every time we see or hear something, you know, I think women are nailing social media imagery. Theia, Benny, there's something bold about what they're doing. And maybe it's that fashion angle that's so much more approachable than for the boys. And I think sometimes men try to hide in this humbleness a little bit. So I'm really going way in circles on things on this. But if your bar is not high, you're not competing. I'd rather you didn't do it at all. But when you are ready, you set your bar so very, very high. You don't have to have the money that Sony in LA has to do a photo session. You don't have to have the $250,000 Lenny Kravitz budget. But if you do it brilliantly and with thought and with time and patience and consideration, and I know that artists don't even know the word patience. You've spent all this time crafting songs and being in a studio and making sure everything's right. And you come out the door and it's like, oh, I want to release this. Well, that's where you've got to step back. You've got to take the time. You've got to make it worthwhile. You've got to ensure that it isn't released on Friday and it's over on Saturday. You've got to make sure that the eyes are on it, that when the IMNZ or the MMF do their newsletters every week, which is giving you an opportunity to tell people what's happening, that it isn't on Friday, Joe Bloggs releases his single. If they all look like that, I know it already. I've just read what I want to read. I'm not going to the next paragraph. I'm not going to look at what's under that. So just try to be heartfelt. You have to give the facts, of course you do. You know, everybody has a different way of working. We'll all work differently. Everybody in the room needs their own plan, their own way of doing it, their own personality, their own authenticity. But my way is, you know, I'm an ex-journalist, and how do I get from the heading to the first paragraph, to the second paragraph, to engage someone, to make them read more? And I think the facts are the second paragraph. I don't believe the facts are the first paragraph. I think there has to be something that hooks me in and makes me feel there's something different about this artist. I mean, I have some examples from my own, but maybe we'll leave that to the end.
Well, we've got 10 minutes left, and I do want to leave it open at 5 minutes towards the end. So, okay. by all means.
Okay, so just getting back to that thing about my own artists, and apologies, but it's what I live. I'll give you one that isn't. So James Blunt runs the greatest Twitter account ever. Well, maybe after Ice-T, because I have a heart for him. But James Blunt has a little strapline on his Instagram, I think, where it says, "Proof that one song is all you need." His self-deprecation really works, but I'm not sure that New Zealanders are so good at their self-deprecation. So really be careful about not being taken seriously. You know, that they can go two ways. And again, that's why you have to stop and think, who am I talking to and how do I sound? And if I was reading this, what would I think about me? You know, if Paula was scrolling through Facebook and she comes across my post, what judgment is she making about my post? And we do it. I defy you. Tom Scott. No one can tell Tom Scott what to do. So, you know, it's a different sort of management arrangement, Tom Scott and I. I look up to him. I think he's a genius. And Tom has a line that is irrelevant jazz from an island off the coast of Antarctica. And to me, that is the greatest self-deprecation, because we know that it's never irrelevant, and that he just hasn't the heart to say, wow, my new album's fantastic. So there's ways you can do it, but you have to think what is right and what is the message and how is it conveyed, and am I getting respect, and am I making people want to know more? Aidan Fine, we've just been working on Aidan's toolkit. This is Aidan Fine and my anniversary, actually, a 1-year anniversary. We were at the summit a year ago. He introduced himself and I said, oh my God, Aidan, I've been watching all your stuff through lockdown. I love your videos. I love how you capture it in 1 minute 30. And we started to talk, and eventually that was it. But we've just been putting stuff together. And I have to say that I haven't sent a biog out to anyone. I've spoken from the heart when I've talked to them about his song. You know, I've been a fan for the last 2 years. Now I'm working with him. This is why. Can you give it a listen? And I think that that's persuasive enough without being too pushy. But I said to Aidan, can you write some stuff so that we can do the biog? And he found it an incredible struggle, because it's very, very hard for artists to talk about themselves. So we asked just for some facts. Just tell us some stuff. And the opening of Aidan's biog is now, my mother used to plead with me to land the plane when I rambled in an elaborate story. I've always loved being a storyteller, and I've always thought there was more to say. And he goes on to talk then about his music, but he ends it by saying, after all these years, I'm still trying to figure out what the inside of my head sounds like. And I just think that's a brilliant ending sentence. And I think that's what you need to do. You know, take yourself back to school and write your story about yourself, and then cull it and whittle it down and find that little essence of who you are and how other people might want to know who you are.
Thanks, Lorraine.
There's a difference, I think, also in those types of bios, which are great, which you can put on your Spotify, right? That often the artists can write themselves, or like the ones you've just read, Lorraine, which works so well on, just short little snippets about you. They're going to be really different than what you might have to formulate for whatever else, for a festival or whatever. So I think that's the other thing, which I always recommend to anyone, and a lot of the mentoring I do as well, is that you're going to have different, if you can, I mean, and if you can't, we get that as well, but where you can, there is a difference between bios and what you need them for. And, you know, I managed Paige. Paige doesn't have the formal bio that Sony has on her Spotify page or on her YouTube or whatever. Doesn't sum her up at all. She does her own thing, and so does Theia. They just neither of them want to write a bio about themselves. And I think actually your Spotify at the moment, Theia, is probably just reviews, because we haven't got around to trying to do anything at the moment. She's got no new music out, so it kind of feels like, well, what are we going to say or do right now? She's got other focus. So I think just to give yourself that sense of knowing that, you can have some creative freedom. People do want to see who you are, but they are very different than something quite formal, which other people might write for you or formulate for you or whatever.
But we need then the press release.
Yes, the press release as well, which, probably you, Lorraine, will also, and actually Silke as well, all having worked in journalism, you know, whenever I write a press release, I'm like, what would I have asked this person as a journalist? I try and, direct as much, because, an artist will say, what are they going to ask me? And I'm like, well, hopefully if the press release is written really well and they've done their research, they'll ask exactly what's in that press release. So that's kind of my goal anyway.
Yeah, so, and so Silke, with New Zealand Musician, it's not just the editorial that you're writing, but then there's, and Lorraine, you touched on it, how do you create something for somebody like Sir Dave Dobbyn and keep it fresh and what it is that you're, because his record is so extensive and so for you, Silke, you're looking for new angles and for different ways to perhaps talk about an artist that you may have talked about before, or around the new artists and when the construction of a bio versus a press release. Like, what works well when it's coming towards you?
Well, I'm usually all about the facts. I appreciate a good press release, but in the end, for me, it's mostly still the music that counts.
Right.
So I will scan for facts, probably not even read everything properly because I probably don't have the time for that, to be quite honest. There's a lot of emails. Scan for facts, listen to the music, and that's what I go for. So really, with everything that's been said, kind of got to lighten it up a little bit and be honest and say I don't always read every single thing you say.
That's fine.
I think that's the reality of the workflow, that, as busy people who are ingesting hundreds and hundreds of press releases, bios, photos, what stands out. And as Lorraine was saying, you've got that hook in that first paragraph, which helps to kind of keep you reading or keep you engaged. If there's enough in there that allows the person that you're targeting with the EPK or whatever it is you're sending out to help them latch onto it, even if it's just something that just is a bit of a mind worm, and they store it and then they go, oh, who was that act that's...
Well, that's right. I like searching my inbox in hindsight. Like, I listen to the songs and then I go, actually, this song is amazing, get stuck on it, and then I go back and read the email properly once I find the song is amazing. So if you send me PDFs, I probably will not read it, and I can't search for it in my inbox either. So make it easy, put it into the body of the email, and services like MailChimp, MailJet, Moosend is what we use. They all have free tiers. Set yourself up as part of your research. Set yourself up one of those mailing list accounts and set it up with a bio that you can send out to people. It's free, and you can store your email addresses there and everything. It's great. You can see if people opened it, if they clicked it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Just something else that you mentioned, which is the Music Managers Forum of Aotearoa. Hands up if you're a member. Excellent. Could use a few more hands, but I'm just going to just say that with the MMF, they have the festival bookers networking, speed networking sessions. We just completed one of those. That's a great place to get your pitch nice and tight. And get your toolkits all set and as a way of testing that. And also with the MMF, testing it with some of the other, during some of the networking events, testing that stuff with other managers that might be around the same level. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor for questions. We've got 5 minutes before we have to wrap this up, but any questions out there? Go ahead, sir.
I'm a big believer in sort of you do 20% of the effort that makes up for 80% of the results. So what do you think is that 20% that artists should really focus on?
Great question. So 20% effort for 80% of the results? What's the 20%?
As an artist, you should focus on your music first and foremost and make that as banging as you can. And the rest will come, hopefully, somehow.
Also, be everywhere. I think younger people are not so fond of Facebook. Don't neglect it. We're not all young.
Sir Dave have a TikTok?
His music's available for you to do your own TikTok.
Just checking.
Okay, I will address that with Sir Dave, actually. He needs to be everywhere. Mm-hmm. Okay.
More questions? Come on, don't be shy.
It's hard.
My name's Jason.
Oh, hello.
You said that artists struggle with patience, which is definitely something I struggle with. What do you say to your artists to keep them cool?
Patience. Yeah, I mean, I really do see it every day. I think it's just trying to convey why I say patience, why I say focus. And I think a creative mind is very forward-moving, doesn't like to stand still for too long and think about what they've just done. They're already on to the next thing. And I think it's that holding the reins a little bit and pulling it all back and making sure that you're making the best use of everything you're doing to build up the bigger picture. And that is really hard. And you know, someone like Tom Scott, you know, he would be on album 45 if he could. But we've just got to look at Avondale #2. So you have to, if you don't have a manager or a team around you, that's your own self-control that has to come into this. You really have to sit and think, I've done everything I can for this, now let me do it properly. And if that means holding yourself to account, you're going to have to do it. Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not too chill out, though. You've got to be sharp. Yeah.
I think we've got time for one more. Yes, at the back there.
Oh, thanks. Just a question about email pitching, because there's been a few different things said. If you're sending links, what's worked or what hasn't worked, or what works for you in terms of getting noticed? Because if you send an email pitch with links and you can't be sure that they're going to be interested enough to click in and go and have a look, what would your advice be in how to get noticed at that point?
Well, assuming it's directed at me.
Anybody.
I think a friendly email goes a long way. Like if you just ask nicely, I will probably listen, click on your link. I will probably, for songs, for me, for example, if you want me to click it, make it a SoundCloud. Because you can hide SoundClouds to the world, but you can still send me a link that I can hear. Even on my phone, if I'm sitting at the bus stop and somebody sends an email and there's a SoundCloud link, I can click that and can listen to it at really great quality over my headphones on my phone. And so can our contributors. SoundCloud is really fabulous like that, and for free as a tool to hide your music on. So if you want me to click something, that's probably going to be it. If I have to click a Dropbox and have to click through various folders to find it, I would probably click once and then go, it's not even there. And that's it. But so make it really straightforward. And you can find out from most platforms what sort of requirements they've got. Some radio stations will prefer having a WAV file somewhere in a Dropbox so they don't have to convert your MP3 into a WAV file for their system, you know. So ask how do you prefer to get your music? And I'm pretty sure people from other publications will also be very happy to tell you what works.
I think just that remembrance that you are competing against everyone else that's doing it, and you know, the shorter, the sweeter simplicity was a word that Paula used earlier on. If Silke has 50 emails sitting waiting to be opened, why is it yours? That is your job. She opens it. How much of a journey, how down a rabbit hole does she have to go? Or is the essence captured on that cover email and then everything else is attached and she can explore it if she wants to go a step further?
How important is a good subject line?
Oh, it's hard.
Oh, it really helps because I get a lot of emails. I have to search for stuff. And if I type in sort of keywords and I get 50 emails coming up under that term, then I really kind of want to find yours via the subject line. So don't call it new song. Because great. Oh, that email.
No, I used to do courses at Unitec around file naming conventions and how important it was around... and particularly subject lines. I know my email inbox is a catastrophe, and trying to find stuff. I just want to also quickly check with you and get a temperature for things like the link trees that are coming out now. How do you guys feel about those in terms of...
So great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You got me onto Linktree, by the way, and I've got in every social like on my Instagram, I have just as in the website section, it's literally a link tree for Princess Theia, and you can find literally everything on there, right? And I think that's really cool.
Link trees are really helpful. Just one quick shout out for Disco, just really quickly. Sorry, no, and shout out Tim Byrne, who's the brains behind Disco. But that for us as a company has been life changing, and I know that it's not necessarily something that's accessible for everyone. I mean, you can do a trial, you can go home and try it, but it's been a game changer for us. It's this essentially a system that stores everything and it's perfect for music. I think every major music company in the world uses it now. It's like a playlists, and you have all your music on there. You can pick and choose what you want to put into a playlist depending on who you're going to send it to. You can have your bio in there, you can have all your music in there, you can have all your photos in there, you can have videos in there. It goes on. And you can literally tailor every single link you make to whoever you're sending it to. If you are going to download, if you upload a WAV file and you're going to download it and you want an MP3, but you don't have an MP3, the person you're sending it to can download it in various formats. It is honestly game-changing, and that is what we use now. And when we work with PR clients, or if I had to send, I wanted my artist to upload something for me, we just send them a link and say, please upload all your stuff to this one file, and it's there, and we don't have, it's all in one space. It is honestly...
And what was the name of it again?
Disco. But yeah, not suited for everyone maybe, but I'm just saying it's for us, it's what we use now.
Okay, so we're warming up now. We're heating up. And then, Nicola, we kind of hit our time slot? Where's she gone? Yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry, folks. Look, we'll be mulling around here, so and you'll be able to talk to the panellists. But I'd like you to please give a round of applause, please, for the panellists. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. And next up, we've got the next session is with SoundCheck Aotearoa, an amazing organisation.
So just on that, is this working? I've got a loud voice. Just on there, as you can see, we've got a technical issue. We've got this lovely screen that has nothing on it. So, and SoundCheck need the screen for their presentation. So we're just going to take like a 10-minute break while we try and get the screen fixed. So yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The session again, if you can make your way back to your seats, please. Thank you. Because as you can see, we've resolved our technical difficulties thanks to a man and a ladder. Great. And our next session is from some of the wonderful people from SoundCheck Aotearoa. SoundCheck was started in early 2020 by a bunch of like-minded people who wanted to address the inequities in the music industry. And actually, I will not say any more. I will hand over to Nikki, Rachel and Tom, who will talk you through what's been happening over the last year.
Thanks, T, and thanks, everyone. Kia ora, my name is Nikki Harrop, and as T referenced, I'm part of the team behind SoundCheck Aotearoa. I'm going to be opening our presentation with a little bit about who we are, what we're about, and some of the recent work we've been focusing on. Before I start, I'd like to quickly introduce the other people that we're going to be hearing from today. Next to me, over there on the other side of the screen, is Rachel Harrison. Rachel is SoundCheck's sexual harm expert and a really, really integral part of our team. She works with communities across Aotearoa to help prevent sexual harassment, sexual violence, domestic violence and child abuse, and has a huge wealth of skill and experience. Next to Rachel is Tom Anderson. I'm definitely going to have to read this out. He does so much. As well as being co-owner of the legendary Whammy Bar, Tom is a production manager, promoter rep, stage tech, live sound and recording engineer, tour and stage manager, artist and all-round live music legend. Tom has played a huge role in creating some of the resources that we're going to be talking about today at SoundCheck, and he's going to speak to how they can be used across multiple facets of the live sector. We're also going to hear from Kelvin Culverwell. Sorry, Kelvin. Kelvin oversees community development and support at Parachute Music. Mic drop. Kelvin can't be with us today, but he's created a video piece for our presentation about highlighting how SoundCheck's resources can be applied in a studio setting, how they might be helpful to you as a freelancer or a consultant when you're looking to collaborate with other parties, or whenever you're looking to engage in any form of sort of business or partnership within our community. I would also like to shout out to our other SoundCheck team members in the room, Teresa Patterson and Wairere Iti, and also to Joe Oliver and Lydia Jenkin, who aren't with us today. Before we go any further, I'd like to flag that some of the types of issues that we focus on at SoundCheck and some of the content that we're going to be speaking about today can be a little bit distressing and triggering at times for people. We're really aware that these are the types of discussions that can sometimes sort of sneak up on you and leave you feeling not so good. So we want to ensure that everybody takes the care that they need. Please feel free to take some time out or leave the room at any stage if that's going to work for you best, or do whatever you need to do to help yourself or others to feel safe and comfortable here today. Rachel and I will also be available after the presentation for anyone who would like some support or just to talk to us in general. We also really encourage everyone to ask questions as we go. We'll be really bad at seeing you, so please just shout out if you've got questions as you go. We're really up for that. That is absolutely fine. And we're really up for further discussion with any of you at any time. SoundCheck is a community-led and community-driven initiative. We really, really value the opportunity to talk to people and brainstorm ideas, so we're really, really keen to hear from you at any time. All right, next slide, please. So a little bit about SoundCheck Aotearoa and who we are. So our brief is, we're an action group with a mission to foster a safe and inclusive culture for the music community. We believe that action is needed to address inequitable representation, challenge systemic discrimination, and advance impactful change across our community. While our day-to-day operations are run by a small team of volunteers, we receive strong support from several industry organisations and partners, and I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of them who are in the room with us today, most notably our hosts today, the Music Managers Forum and the New Zealand Music Commission, and also NZ On Air, APRA AMCOS and Recorded Music New Zealand. Huge thank you. We literally could not do this without your support, so thank you so much. Our other foundational partnership is in recognition of Māori as tangata whenua of Aotearoa and as partners in Te Tiriti. We are extremely lucky to work really closely with the Māori Music Industry Coalition in everything that SoundCheck does. And a key cornerstone of our work is to look at ways in which te ao Māori can contribute to the work on the issues we're addressing and to acknowledge the unique challenges that are faced by Māori in our community. So, all right, next bit of paper, put that over there. Okay, next slide. Already there. Thanks, Wai. So a little bit of history about us. As Teresa mentioned, we were formed in early 2020. After a lot of great sort of pan-industry brainstorming and some really intense discussion, we agreed to focus on sexual harm as our first major body of work that we addressed. Some of our initial off-the-box activities were to engage Rachel, best thing we ever did, and also to partner with HELP. If you're not aware of who HELP are, they are a free confidential support avenue for those who have experienced harm. They have a great website where they list, amongst other things, their free 24-hour 0800 number. They are there for confidential support 24 hours a day. They're a really excellent service. I recommend them. Another thing that we have done is pilot and launched what we call professional respect training. So what these are, are day-long workshops. They're free. They're available to everybody in our community, and they are based around content that has been sort of specifically tailored for us and the issues that we face and what we do. They are safe and hosted by experienced professionals, like Rachel, and some of the content they cover are things like sort of definitions of sexual harassment and sexual harm, guidance for receiving disclosures, tips for bystander intervention, available support services, prevention strategies, and more. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those in a minute. So sort of on to our process. Next slide. Thank you. Already there yet again. So part of our decision to focus on sexual harm as our first sort of major project was the publishing of what's called MMF Aotearoa that also came out in 2020. What this is a research project that was sort of done in partnership between Massey University and APRA AMCOS. They did a huge online survey of around 1,200 people from all facets of Aotearoa's music community. Some of those key findings from that work are shown up here, if you can see them in case you can't. So some of the big sort of marquee stats from that study with things like over 70% of women experience bias or disadvantage based on their gender in their work in the music community in Aotearoa. Nearly 50% of women report feeling unsafe in spaces where music is made and or performed. And those stats were significantly higher for those who identify as non-binary or gender diverse. So sort of having, stuff that we sort of anecdotally knew to be true to a degree crystallised for us, and that support was something that really spoke to us and identified the need for urgent action. So the first part of our process, next slide, yes, thank you, was a really wide consultation strategy across every sector of our music community. And what we were trying to do there was get sort of first-hand feedback on trying to identify what the challenges were/are and what potential solutions could look like. We knew this was really critical to hear from as many of you as possible, because all of us and what we do in our everyday are specialists in the culture that we work around and our environments that we work in. We all know what's happening, and so thereby we all have some sort of unique perspectives and insights into what we could potentially do to deal with the problems. So how we went about it, we created a platform for online feedback, we created an online survey, but we also held a number of face-to-face and online workshops with attendees from all around the country. One workshop in Auckland was for women and gender diverse attendees only. 2 meetings were held with the Māori Music Industry Coalition, and a talanoa was held for the Moana Pacific music industry community. In total, just under 200 people were involved in that, and all chose to sort of supply feedback one-on-one or confidentially, and this was unbelievably valuable and just the most incredible experience. That feedback helped form the basis of an independent report that was then created by Rachel and Debbie Teal and called behind me, creating culture change around sexual harm in the music community in Aotearoa. And some of the challenges that were identified based on that feedback are on the screen in front of me, or behind me, depending on which way you're watching. As you can see, a lot of them are sort of quite unique, and they really highlight some of the things about the industry and the community in which we work that are quite unique, quite special, and potentially quite high risk compared to other industries. Types of workplaces being an example. Quite a lot of things going on late at night, not many other people around, sometimes environments where drugs and alcohol are prevalent, risk factor goes way up. It's quite different to the way that other people work, just as an example, but you can see sort of some of the main call-outs there. And again, something that I should have said at the start is that everything we're speaking about today, including that report and those highlights, is available on our website, soundcheckaotearoa.co.nz. So Rachel and Debbie's report also included some recommendations, thank you, for a pathway forward. And these have become sort of building blocks from which we continue to focus and expand our work at SoundCheck Aotearoa. So behind me are sort of some of the philosophical things that we weave into everything we do, some of the things that we're looking to move forward and doing in the future. But again, it was really incredible to have that process and a clear, really solid industry and community-led pathway put forward to us. So thank you again for that, Rachel. Next slide, if that's all right. So sort of looking forward at our immediate future and some things coming up from SoundCheck. We have more professional respect trainings dates coming up. There are a couple here at this venue, not necessarily this room. There's one on June 10th that is currently full, but there's another coming up on July 8th. You can register for those on our website at any time. You could put yourself on the wait list for June 10th potentially, but I would encourage you, if you're interested, to register for the July 8th date. Again, these are free and they're available to everyone. I've sat in on a number of them now, and I just can't underestimate how valuable they are. It's a big day. It's quite a full-on day, but it's really, really good stuff. I really recommend it. We also have upcoming dates in Dunedin and Wellington in August and September. Again, all the details and the ability to register for those are on our website. Some of our other planned upcoming work is around another big sort of consultation period with everyone, with a sort of aim to hopefully create some proposed industry-wise set of values, or matapono. We've definitely seen a desire for change. Everyone's given us such good feedback about what they want to do. And a lot of the feedback that we got from people was looking for this. People want a shared, agreed set of values that can form the basis of our interactions moving forward. Okay, but the key focus of our presentation today, and what I'm going to hand over to Rachel on shortly, is around a set of resources that we created with a team of experts late last year and are available on our website. These are in place for everyone in the music community. Hopefully there's something there that applies to you in your role, or many roles that most of us wear in what we're doing day to day. And the basis of those is to arm you with tools to sort of both prevent and respond to sexual harassment and sexual harm in the workplace. Acknowledging that for us, a workplace can look like a venue, it can look like a bar, it can look like backstage, it can look like an office, but it can look like a multitude of different things. This project came about sort of from some initial discussions with people in the live sector who were committed to integrating sort of policy and resources and to better support their own teams. And then when the last sort of lockdowns happened last year, SoundCheck kind of pivoted, word of the pandemic, and repurposed some gratefully donated funds into bringing together a team of really highly skilled people, including Tom, to create a range of tools with a view to making them sort of available, accessible, and adaptable to everybody. I'm going to pass over to Rachel to delve into those a little bit more.
Kia ora, and thank you. So as Nikki said, the goal was to create a set of resources that anybody in the music community could pick up and use, that they're free
and that they are relevant to New Zealand's health and safety legislation. So in New Zealand, PCBUs, which stands for People Conducting a Business or Undertaking. So if you're a sole trader, you're a PCBU. If you're a manager of any kind, you're a PCBU. If you're a manager of an artist, you're a PCBU. If you're an artist yourself and you're self-employed, you're a PCBU. So under New Zealand legislation, we've all got a responsibility for health and safety, and that includes the prevention and response of sexual harassment. So the goal was to create some relevant resources that you could all pick up and use, and that were completely free for you to download and tailor for your environments. So that's kind of what our goal was. The amazing people involved, as Nikki said, we pivoted, and luckily you've got an incredibly skilled group of people in your community. So Woody Kay, health and safety person, Tom Anderson, Saren Model from the live sector. We had an HR expert who runs their own business in Wellington, who's also a lawyer. There was me involved, there was Wairere, there was Joe from Recorded Music. But alongside that, we had an incredible group of survivors from your sector who had put their hands up to be involved and to look over all of the resources, to check that they're survivor safe, and to let us know what they thought. And I just really want to shout out to those amazing individuals. They've looked at the resources and given feedback where they can, so kia ora to them. Generally speaking, there is an incredible suite. In fact, I've looked at research all around the world and I haven't seen this number of amazing resources in any one community, so well done. There are generally 3 types of resources on the website. First of all, there's resources that set a foundation. So a foundation of how you're going to treat each other, and then a foundation of how you will deal with things when things go wrong. Things like a policy is a foundational document. The other type of resource are ones that set the tone of how you want to behave together. Things like health and safety briefings, codes of conduct, clauses that you could pop in an email that say, this is what we agree, we're going to do this together. Now what that does is sets out guiding values or behaviours for your interactions, whether that's an informal collab or an arranged big gig. You know, we can always set the tone. The third type of resource are specific ones for your settings. So Tom's going to talk more about this, but behind me you'll see some very brightly coloured posters. These are intended for gigs at night time, so they're very bright, and their whole purpose is that in those settings they help to set the culture. So we did specific ones for settings. So those 3 create a really good structure for preventing and responding to sexual harassment. So just wanted to say, these alone will not stop sexual harassment, but they are something you can use to begin having conversations in your collaborations and in your spaces about how you want to behave and how you'll respond. So let's dive in and have a wee look at some of the resources. If you want to check it out while we're talking, you can go to SoundCheck Aotearoa.co.nz and just select the resources and tools button on the top menu. So this is what the website looks like if you get to the resources and tools section. I'm going to cover some of the resources and then I'm going to hand over to Tom to talk about the live sector and how they might be used there. And we've got a video of Kelvin. And then we'd love to hear some questions from you. So first of all, the core foundational documents, which if you click on one, these are things like the policy. Now your policy, I've seen a lot of policies, and trust me, nobody gets excited about policies like I do. Yours is amazing, and the reason why it's amazing is not only have you got 2, one of them for bigger organisations that's just about sexual harassment, but you've got a smaller one for sole traders. I'm a sole trader. It says things like, I will do this. This is the way I want to treat you. If I've done something, this is how you can resolve it with me. So you've got one for an organisation and one for an individual. The cool thing that's inside your policies is that you actually cover consensual relationships in there as well. A lot of people are very confused about whether consensual relationships are sexual harassment, and these policies have got a great clause on that. And power difference, how do we negotiate that? So your policies are pretty amazing. We've run them past a number of people and got some really great feedback about them. Some of the other core foundational documents are things like the Code of Conduct and Health and Safety briefings. If you go there and download them, you get to choose which clauses you want. So you can tailor it to suit the size of your venture and the kind of language that you're using. The other thing I just want to highlight quickly in that foundational space is the support page. When we think about support around sexual harassment, often we only think about our survivors, and that's important, but it's not the only group who needs support. This support page actually has info for 4 groups of people: our survivors, people who have done harm or been accused, PCBUs, so people who are running ventures or running a business, but also the support people. Over this last year and a half, one of the things that I've really realised, really viscerally, is that when sexual harm happens, the ripple out is through everybody, through the whole community. So we've got a page, we've got a part of a page for people in the community who are also affected. So that support page is pretty awesome. Yeah, do check that out. The next thing I wanted to highlight on the website is actually we've got pages for specific roles in the music community. So we've curated the resources into groups. For example, we've got some for artists, managers, for studios and producers, and for the live sector. And this is where I'm going to hand over to Tom to talk about the live sector first. Is that all right?
That's great. Thanks, Rachel. So when we were working on these resources, we were liaising a lot with people within our community, whether it was artists, security, freelance sound engineers, suppliers who employ large amounts of people, a number of different people to kind of try and get some feedback on what would be helpful for these resources and what would be useful. So it kind of, as Rachel and Nikki mentioned, they kind of go from very in-depth, large policies, and then we kind of break it down into some smaller kind of concise checklists and things like that that Rachel will have somewhere at the back of the room that you guys can take some things home on. Everything kind of foundationally comes back in live sector to a health and safety policy. So whether that's a very detailed one that you have, and I think thinking about harassment and harm being part of health and safety and using that as the framework can be really helpful in the sense that, you know, if you're I often build shows at Spark Arena around the corner. There's obviously a large amount of hazards. I come at things from a health and safety perspective. Woody, who was on the panel helping to create these resources, he looks after all my health and safety, gathers all the documentation, and those kind of things from the suppliers about, you know, things moving overhead, etc. Incorporating harassment and harm into those policies makes it really clear-cut and a kind of legal framework as well around this, because I think it can be kind of a grey area of how to respond and work with them. We'd also send out, on large shows, we'd send out a health and safety induction that would include things on harassment and harm electronically, so send it out. That might have the code of conduct on it as well, saying this is how we expect people to work together, and kind of set a culture tone of how we expect people to treat each other. You know, things can be long hours in music, it can be hard work, and sort of treating each other with respect from the top to the bottom is really important. And that can be extrapolated down to smaller shows as well very easily. I think having a venue code of conduct or a artist code of conduct or any PCBU within the music community from small to large, having kind of something written down about how you expect to treat each other and work together, and also then what to do when things go wrong or when there is an incident. And I think it was very helpful to kind of treat it like, I know what would happen if the projector fell down and we had to fill out a report and go through that process. So if there's an incident of harassment or harm, what's the process that we go through so that we're not sort of standing around trying to figure it out or wearing that responsibility without any training or information behind it. And that's what there, as has been mentioned, a lot of great resources on the website to kind of to hunt through. So other things that came out of it were, how do you make sure people from small to large shows are trained, or how people know who to go to talk to about things? And there'll be multiple different people who someone might be comfortable with. We added a lot of clauses in there around if you're in an event, then we created a thing called the Merlin's Pass, and the idea of this was that we would have, in this instance, we chose a green laminate as somebody who is trained in receiving disclosures, understands bystander intervention, understands what to do and what process to go through, and who to report things to, and how to go through that reporting process if there is an incident of harm that happens at a live event. And that could be anything within a small venue. That could be the promoter, that could be the bar manager, that could be any of the staff working on the show. It could be a specific person. I production managed a run of festivals over New Year's when we were allowed to do about 3 weeks of shows, I think, in January. It was a very short summer, called Golden Run, and it was one of the first ones that we got to kind of implement some of the resources that we'd made up. So the posters that you'd seen up, that you can see up in the corner there, were distributed around the venue, out at front of house, at the bars, but also back of house, backstage, with a trained person, Phoebe, who's a lawyer, and her whole responsibility was to deal with any reports of anyone feeling uncomfortable, unsafe, any incidents. There was a specific hotline that could be reported to, and we also incorporated a lot of the health and safety policies and code of conducts into the paperwork that went into the event, but also got sent out to artists and crew and those kind of things. And we were hoping to be able to road test a lot of these resources a lot more over summer, but unfortunately it was a lot shorter than we expected. But it was really great to see the kind of positive response to that. And ultimately, this is about prevention, and I think showing a culture of what we do expect and don't expect at live music events. One other thing I might mention on there that's really good is, it's great to have a big stack of paper, but as I'm finding now, sort of wanting to then go flick through it all and kind of get to the nitty-gritty and details can take time. So we created a few resources, some trifold cards, and little information packets that people can have in their pocket, or people can have on a laminate or something like that, that could be for security back of house, or it could be for punters, or it could be for bar staff or people working on a show, or the artists or the managers, so that it has a clear line of who's in charge, where we're reporting things to, how to receive disclosures, just some kind of basically like cue cards for kind of when you're in the heat of the moment, and you can pull that out and go through it. So it was kind of taking some of the high level, very information heavy topics and condensing them down into something that can kind of be referenced back.
Just wondering if I can ask you a question, Tom. Have you yourself ever done a health and safety briefing for a group of people in the music community, and how did it go?
I think great point. Thanks for very well done. Very good prompt to. I forgot about the health and safety briefing. So in a for a larger show or festival, we will have a health and safety briefing before commencing loading in. You know, these are the hazards for today, etc. And I think traditionally they've always been thought of as box ticking exercises, and this was one of the ones that I got a lot of feedback on, sending out these ideas to other production managers and people in the industry, who they were like, well, people never listen to health and safety briefings. You know, you're just kind of going through, ticking off, going, you know, watch for overhead, that kind of thing. And I've found that we've sort of been doing it for the last year and a half or 2 years. Time doesn't really mean anything for the last couple of years, sorry. But and of kind of talking to people on site before a show starts, from small to large, working on it and going through some of the hazards around there, but also then setting a tone at that point of, you know, we're all here to work, have a good time, everyone deserves to feel safe, whether that's bullying, harassment, harm, we won't tolerate it, whether it's, you know, racist or homophobic language, all of those kind of things. I think tying in and specifically referencing sexual harassment kind of makes people wake up a little bit, and I think engage somewhat more, because it's not just going through box ticking, it's kind of having a very direct conversation. And I think we included, depending on what level of show you're working on, or you can take it for any workplace really, included a number of different phrases you can include in your briefing. And whether that's just, you know, your Monday morning meeting, and you're sort of and you're wanting to kind of set the tone for the week, or loading in a large show, a festival, whatever, just kind of getting everyone on the same page and kind of going, this is what we don't tolerate, but this is what we're here to kind of try and foster. And I think that along with, you know, the posters, etc., kind of really just help set the tone of what things are, because it's, the music industry can be very Wild West, and this is really helpful. I think a lot of the resources that we've got together to kind of help kind of I guess legitimize and kind of get some legal background to what we're trying to achieve in culture change.
Awesome, thanks. And the great thing about that is a health and safety briefing can also fulfil one of WorkSafe's requirements of you mitigating the risk of sexual harassment, because you are naming the problem, letting people know what is okay and not okay, and telling people where to go and what to do if something does happen or they see something. So thanks for sharing that.
No worries.
Awesome. So the next thing we wanted to do was actually introduce you to Kelvin, in case you haven't met Kelvin from Parachute. He, as Nikki said, isn't able to be here today, but he's done a video for us about the use of the resources in studio settings. So if it's all right, we'll roll into his video and then come back to you afterwards.
Kia ora, my name's Kelvin and I'm with Parachute Music, and I'm sitting here in the APRA room at the Parachute Studios in Kingsland, and I just wanted to take a moment to talk with you all about SoundCheck Aotearoa and the fantastic resources that are available to people who work in studios or in any kind of collaborative space, and I really want to encourage you to explore those and check them out and incorporate them into your business where appropriate. I think one of the things that SoundCheck has done really well is that they've worked to try and figure out how to address all these different areas in the industry and sort of offer tailored or editable solutions to help people basically run their businesses and the things that they do in the safest and healthiest way possible. One of the things that we've tried to do in thinking about sort of studios and collaborative environments is really try and think about the needs that exist in a space of collaboration that tends to be pretty vulnerable and emotional in the sort of shaping of a new piece of music. And so we wanted to try and offer some things that would be helpful and help people think really well about the dynamics of the studio environment. So just really briefly, at the moment on the SoundCheck website, there are 3 resources that people can access at the moment. The first is some visual stuff that you can display, and we can see in the APRA room, they've got this stuff up on the wall already. These just really set the tone, or they set an expectation for what can happen in this place. The second thing is maybe something that might get shared one-on-one with clients. It's a code of conduct document that once again sets an expectation, sort of demystifies what the experience is going to be about, and so is really helpful to sort of share maybe before even the first songwriting session even happens. Maybe it's sent in an email or spoken about over a coffee, but once again it just sort of establishes this is what is expected as we sort of embark on the creative process. And then the final thing is a sort of template policy around sexual harassment or any kind of harassment. And that template is very editable. But what it is, particularly for people who might be producers or artists or anyone who's working in these sorts of environments, it's a template that basically outlines what needs to happen if there's ever something that is reported or there is ever something that needs to be resolved. And so there's sort of a very clear definition of what these of what the expectations are, of the definitions of what harassment is, and then there's also a sort of very clear pathway for how to respond to those things. Most people who are working as sole traders aren't really aware that they actually need to have some of these things underpinning what they do. And so the SoundCheck resource that's available at the moment is a great thing that people can just access. They can sort of tailor it specifically to what their environment is. And then they have this thing that kind of underpins what they do. And so I think what it does is it gives people a real sense of safety for themselves, but also to be able to say to their clients, we have something that is kind of underneath everything. And that I think sort of instills a level of confidence. And so at the moment, these are the main things that SoundCheck has, and I know that SoundCheck is going to continue to work on developing further resources that will help people. But basically what it's about is it's about trying to make the creation of music a safe process, a healthy process, and an enjoyable process for all involved. So if you haven't got some of those things in place, I highly recommend you check them out. And if you ever want to talk further about them, or you would like to have a little bit of help in just editing them and shaping them to your environment, give me a buzz. I'd be happy to work through it all with you. But yeah, that's it from me. Take care.
Thanks, Kelvin. The last thing that I'm just going to focus on before we finish up is an area of the website that we often use. So usually when people come to us looking for help, they come for 2 reasons. One of them is they either want to prevent sexual harassment or they're responding to a situation. So on the website that's currently highlighted, there is a page about prevention and there's a page about response. Just quickly, the response page has a link to some really good information about external resolution options. One of the things that I heard from your community is people feel there's nowhere to go when something does happen. There are places to go, and we've actually brought them all to the front for you. So do check that out and get in touch if you need any support at all. SoundCheck's done an amazing job of helping people find what they need. So I think that's probably enough from me. Is there anything that either of you wanted to focus on?
Just in wrapping up, I know we're in danger of going over time, so and lunch is next, which is super important. So I'm going to suggest, Rachel, like I said, Rachel and I are available to chat for anybody. I'm maybe going to suggest that if you have any questions, perhaps you might like to take them to us immediately after this. I think we're going to position ourselves down by the desk where you came in, if that's a good spot, and also just letting you know that on that desk we've printed out hard copies of some of the resources that we've talked about today. The live and venue checklists are there. There's a template code of conduct. There's some examples of some of those sort of email clauses and things that are quite useful that you can adapt for your needs. So yeah, there's some hard copies there. If they're of interest, please feel free to help yourself to those, but also just reiterating that everything we've spoken about today is available on our website. That website again, soundcheckaotearoa.co.nz. Also, just another quick reminder about the professional respect training dates if they're of interest. More info and registration, again, on our website. We'd love to see you there. So yeah, other than that, just a big thank you to Rachel, Tom and Kelvin, and thank you to you guys for your attention this morning. Much appreciated. I think... I think Kath is going to give us the details on lunch. Oh, I'm sorry. Teresa is going to give us the details on lunch. Even better.
So there are Eat My Lunch packages down the back, sort of by the desk. Please go help yourself. And the next session is going to start at 1:30. So if you can all be seated before then, that would be great. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to get going so we don't run over time. Our next session is one where we have a great panel of radio programmers. So we're going to talk about how you can get your song on radio. And so I'll hand over to our moderator, Jeff Newton, who is the radio plugger and platforms person at NZ On Air.
You're my boss. You should know what my title is. No. Not yet. In 2 weeks, you'll be my boss. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ki tō huhui I te rā nei. Ko Jeff Newton tōku ingoa, ko Kareoi tōku maunga, ko Whaingaroa tōku moana, ko Waikato tōku awa, ko Tainui tōku iwi, ko Tainui tōku waka. Nō reira I ngā matua I ngā whaia e rangatira mahuri no te whare. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everybody. Are you good? Hey, all fed up? Got a belly full? Choice. Well, thanks for coming along, everybody. And welcome along to our wee hui here to discuss demystifying radio. I am the, as Teresa said, I'm the music promoter platforms at New Zealand On Air. So that basically means my job is to go to platforms who play music and get them to play New Zealand music over international music. So that's the main thrust of my role at New Zealand On Air. And the people that I go to see are programmers at radio stations. And we're lucky enough to have 3 of those people with us today. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome beside me from the Pop Monster, ZM, Bryony Wilson, who's been in that role for about a year, but you've been at ZM for about 4.
Four, yeah, coming up 5.
Coming up 5 years, that's right. In the middle here we have Bones, Jack Honeybone from The Rock. You've been there for a couple of years now.
Same amount of time, about 4 years.
Yeah, right. But in this role for about...
Yeah, a couple. Yeah,
a couple. And then down the end there, Harrison Parley from RNZ Tahi. Before that, he was actually Bryony's predecessor at ZM. And these guys are the music directors of their radio station. So they're not the most senior person on the radio station, but they are the people who sit in front of a... So when the announcer goes into the radio station, into the studio, they're faced with a schedule of songs that they have to play. They have to play them in that order and at the time that they're told to play them. These are the people that set that schedule. They're the ones who put the songs into the schedule, and they're the ones who choose the songs that go into those schedules. And that's these are the people that we want to try and share with you some of the things that they need to think about, some of the things that they are looking for when they are programming their radio station. I will try and get as much information out of them in this next kind of little while, but because it's kind of an hour, I'll say some time at the end. So if you do have any questions, then by all means, I'll give you an opportunity to sing those out a bit later on. Ka pai? Choice. Okay, so let's start with, sorry, showing my age. I'll start with just a simple question for each of you. From your experience, what are some of the key things that when an artist is going to approach you for airplay on your radio station, what are some of the key things that they should be considering? I'll start with you, Bryony.
I think the main thing for me is just to consider what kind of music goes on the station that you're, like the person that you're approaching. So ZM is predominantly pop. So if an artist approaches me with a heavy metal rock song, I probably won't give it much love. But so I think the most important thing is just knowing who you are to target with your song that you're releasing, or you know, what genre your song falls into, therefore what station do you think would fit it best?
Yeah.
Be my answer.
What about you, Bones?
Yeah, pretty similar to that, to be fair. It's kind of thinking about what we play and how your song might fit with what we play. You know what I mean? You want it to kind of sound like it belongs, same way that you guys would. But a big one for me too is, and it's kind of the first thing that you hear when you listen to a song, for me, is production quality. Yeah.
Harry?
Kia ora, Jeff. Kia ora, everyone. Just to follow up on these two's point for a start would be probably around not only are you wanting to look at what a certain station plays in terms of playlisting, but also the idea that radio is scheduled to keep people listening as long as possible. So I think sort of a common mistake I see a lot of people making would be listen to ZM for a few hours and go, oh, there's heaps of like Ed Sheeran and Adele's active at the moment, so there's heaps of ballads on radio. I'll find my best ballad and send that through. And that's not always what that station might be looking for when they're trying to balance out. So they've already got Ed Sheeran and Adele maybe on the playlist. Bryony might actually be needing a bit of tempo to put in between that. So it's always seeing your best song. So if ballads are something that you do and that is your whole thing, then certainly still send that song in. But maybe just sort of reach into sort of your plan for the next few months and go, do I have a track that's coming out that maybe has a bit more tempo that I could send to radio? The other thing that I think is really important at the moment is understanding the differences between radio and sort of streaming in terms of your timeline of releasing songs as an artist. So radio works a little bit slower than digital, so Spotify, Apple, and anywhere else you're sort of sending your music in that regard. So we need a bit more time to grow tracks. So if you have a plan around releasing an EP and say you're got 5 tracks from that EP and you want to release 3 songs in a row on a Friday to try and land on your Music Friday leading up to the EP release, you want to be a little bit tactical. You don't probably want to be bombarding with every Friday being like, hey, new song, because if you're trying to pitch those 3 songs, you might get to the point where none of them really stick on radio. So it might be a better situation to go, hey, this is my plan. So approach the radio programmers and go, I've got an EP coming out in 3 weeks. I'm going to be putting out a single each Friday leading up to him. Here are the 3 singles. I think the one with the most potential for your radio station is this one, which is actually going to be the 3rd one to come out, which comes out on the day of the EP. So that'd be the one I want to focus on. But if there are other tracks, one of the earlier 2 that you want to play, then you're more than welcome. That sort of an approach is going to work quite friendly with radio. It allows you to stick to your digital timeline, but then it sort of has an appreciation, and we can sort of realize we don't have to be playing every song to sort of fit your timeline. Maybe we agree with you, and maybe it is the 3rd song that will feature. We might go give a spin on the Friday to the song that came out as sort of the build-up track, and then we make a bigger plan around the song at the end of the EP. So kind of just, knowing that radio does work a lot slower than streaming, we're not going to be as inclined to play 3 or 4 of your tracks at the same time, but we will, once we land on that single, we give it a bit of love and we can build it up, then that's when radio can really work its wonders for you.
Yeah. So from your experience, how long does it usually take for a song to impact the audience at radio? Because it can be fairly instant with streaming services sometimes, but it's a lot longer for radio. So how long would it work for your individual stations as to how many spins would you need to give a song?
Oh, that's tough because it really depends on the song and sometimes the artist as well. The ZM audience are so stubborn. Like if they don't like a song, they're like, nah, I don't like the song. And I'm like, come on, you might. Like I'll keep it on air I'll give a song a month on air to see if it's going to work. And if it doesn't work in a month, then there's nothing I can really do. and I try and spin songs throughout the day and through the night. And if they're just not really sticking to it, I'm not getting much out of the song, then yeah, I can't do much else and have to shift on.
Yeah, speaking of stubborn audiences, it's a really fine line, because when you do a batch of music research, which is what we do, I don't know, you guys will do it more often than us, but we do a run on our new songs every couple of weeks. If people don't know a song, it tends to rate poorly, so there's a really fine line between like playing it enough so people start recognising it, but not coming out of the gate too hot so that people hear it and start being negative straight away. So it's almost like you've got to really back it, even if straight away you're not getting great feedback. We would usually stick with it a month, 2 months, and just see if it grows on people. And then by that stage, if it starts coming up in our research, it's worked. If not, it hasn't. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's here. I can't see everyone's faces, but I remember having a very similar conversation about what Jack just talked about with Mikey Carpenter, about one of his artists with tracks on radio. And he sort of said, like, how does this work? Because it sounds like to stick on the playlist and to get to A-Rotate on radio, you need to be familiar and researching with the audience. But in terms of being able to be familiar and researching with the audience, then you have to play it on a certain rotate to sort of impact. And it is kind of this whole panel, I guess, demystifying in the sense that it is really tough. So I do think Bronny said it as well before, it is a lot about your artist journey as well as just the song. There are songs that go straight through, might be the first song from the artist that really impacts straight away. But a lot of the times we'll be working 5, 6, 7 tracks deep on a brand new Kiwi artist before we start to even see some audience sort of reflection. So if you're a brand new artist, I think that's something important. Like, you might think that the first song you've got is really killer and it's going to go all the way, but having sort of an appreciation that I wouldn't say backup plan, but a little bit of more of a scope that, hey, it could go, and we'll try and we'll do our best if we are going to play this.
You could get struck by lightning, and you could win lotto.
You could get struck by lightning, could win. But what's the positive out of the song if it doesn't fully go the way that you're hoping to? And with the radio, if you can get any sort of playlisting on any station on your first release as a brand new artist, then that's a win, and that's something that you can use to build on, keep that relationship going with that station and try and reach out to more, and you can use that as part of your ammunition. So you can say, I got some night spins on ZM on my track when you're approaching maybe The Edge or another radio station, and that's just sort of showing that they're not going to be going in alone on you as an artist or on your next song. So that's really important as well. I'm terrible at tangents, sorry. So Chachi, please kick me back into line if I go off.
You're all good, right? You're all good. This is great. So in saying that, because you do need to work songs over a period of time. So how important is it to have a wider release strategy around your track other than radio to supplement radio airplay, like marketing spend, like shows, like other promo interviews, and probably a suite of content for your social media? How important is that alongside radio airplay, or how does that influence radio airplay?
It's so important. Like, you can't bring a song to radio and expect us to do all the hard work for you, pretty much. You've got to put yourself on a platform, create a fan base for yourself almost, so that when your song does get to radio and does play on ZM or The Rock or Tahi, people will be like, oh, I know this song, or I know this artist. It's not like a complete blindside. Who is this? What is this? I mean, sometimes those songs do work as well, but I find that the artists that really kick off on ZM are the ones that have put in the work for themselves, and they've done the marketing, and they've really put themselves out there. So yeah, put yourself out there, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. Just a solid plan, right? So that it doesn't seem like you've just thrown a track and hope that it's stuck. But there will be, and there's a moment where somebody will hear your song on the radio and then see you on socials and make that connection and go, oh, I heard that on Tahi, I heard that on ZM, I heard that on The Edge, whatever. And that is such a big moment, because then you're starting to really break through a little bit more. People are starting to pick up on all these other areas that you're at. So vital, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all really important stuff, and it's hugely important to have other plans as well as radio. I think radio's role in breaking a song or building an artist has really changed. Prior to us three probably getting started in radio, prior to streaming, radio probably did break a lot more tracks by itself, just by the nature of how many sort of ways people were listening to music versus there is now with streaming, with TikTok, with wherever you're sort of consuming your music. So radio probably sits more as an amplifier now than it does as the original sort of breaker of songs. We can still break songs by ourselves, especially together usually, and that's what Jeff does quite a bit through his role, is trying to sync up our stations on the same track to get the most impact. But yeah, I'd say we're probably doing less fully breaking ourselves of new artists and more so jumping on at the stage where an artist has done a little bit of the work for themselves and started to build a profile, maybe had a few tracks that had some streaming playlisting, and then we jump on, and that's when we can, as Jack said, help make that connection to the audience. So they might have heard your song but not put a name to you, and then we get on the track, our announcer comes off the back of the track and goes, that was artist, and then that's that click moment. So yeah, I would say radio can still be really, really effective in building you as an artist. But yeah, in terms of being the sole platform to help you build, it's probably less so than it used to be, but still very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's probably the real thing to take is from what Harry said. The word is amplify. All right. They will not create your audience for you. You need to create your audience, but they can amplify your audience. They can take you. And that's probably one of the things that a lot of artists, who are established artists who I've spoken to over the years, the many, many, many years, but that's something they've said, is that when you get a song to work at radio, the place that you really notice it is in your royalty payments from the RAP Fund, from Recorded Music New Zealand, right? That's when you really notice that amplification coming through from radio airplay. But that really comes from you first building and nurturing your audience. So as part of, I think a real important thing to take away from this kind of discussion we've just had is that you really need to identify your community, your audience, identify bands that are similar to you who are also a part of that same community, and you build your community, build your audience together, and then radio audiences will pick up on that and they'll amplify, and they can amplify that. But they don't really break artists anymore. You've kind of got to start building your audience, and then they can help make your already organic growth larger. Now, some people here in the audience may have already had airplay at student radio. How does what are some of the key differences between commercial radio airplay and student radio airplay?
Well, firstly, if you've got your song on student radio, it's an awesome work, I would say. That's a great way to get into radio play. The key differences, student radio, I feel like they have more opportunity to have a niche audience, whereas commercial radio, you have your target demographic. This is the music you will play. When you tune into ZM, you know what you're going to hear. When you tune into the rock, you know what you're going to hear. Whereas with student radio, you can you never really know. You're taking on a bit of a journey, which is awesome. But I would say that that's the main difference, is you have to know what commercial station your song and you as an artist want to target. Also, commercial radio is very fast-paced. Like we were talking about before, if a song doesn't work, it's gone. Well, not gone. It sounds very harsh, but we're
real hard to bring it back to life.
Yeah, it's really hard to bring it back to life. Whereas student radio, it's got more of a lifespan, so you can keep a song on for longer and give it more chance. But yeah, I can't really justify keeping a song on for 5 months if my boss is saying the song's not doing anything. But student radio, you probably can.
And they'll be going through songs at a way slower rate too, so it's not turning over so quickly.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It can stay there for longer. I guess for us, like our main objective as programmers is our survey results, and we're constantly chasing TSL, which is time spent listening. So we never want to give anybody the opportunity to step away from us. So we will only look at the best of the best because we can't afford to put on a song that might make people go, we're going to jump over and listen somewhere else. So, we just look for quality.
Yeah, there's actually pretty big differences between student radio and commercial radio. So on student radio, the music is the content. So the songs that they're playing, they're actively looking for as many sort of new and exciting artists to put on because that is a lot of their whole MO as a radio station. Where with what these guys have to do at commercial, what I used to do when I was working there is a lot of the time your shows, your talent that do the breakfast show, the drive show, are your big audience drawers, and the music is kind of more of a shield. What you're trying to do, and Jack sort of touched on it, is keep the audience listening between your breakfast and your drive show. So you do have to be a lot more careful about what you play. New Zealand's got the most radio stations per capita in the whole world. We pretty much have at least 2 stations for every format that there is. You've got a direct competitor at another commercial company. So yeah, when you are taking a risk on a song, which you are when you're working in commercial radio, you're hoping that people like that song, because if they don't and they flick over to your opposition and then they hear a promo about a money giveaway they want to stick around for, or what's coming up on the drive show that they want to stick around for, and they stay there, then yeah, that's a loss of a ratings survey point. And as much as that all sounds commercial side and not important, it is still important, because once that radio station drops off in terms of listenership, the impact that your song has when it gets played on that radio station actually lowers. So if The Rock was to drop from 500,000 weekly unique listeners down to 400,000 weekly unique listeners, and then your song gets played on The Rock, that's 20% less audience that your song just reached. So as much as it sounds like that commercial side isn't as important to you guys as the music creators, it still is, because it's a fine line that you're walking as a commercial radio programmer, where you're trying to keep the audience as high as possible, so that when you do play a New Zealand act that you're trying to help break, you're having the most impact with that spin that you're giving to that song. So it is a really fine line, and I think that's just probably something that's a problem more to commercial radio than it is to student radio, whereas I sort of said at the start, they don't have to work with that issue as much, and the music is used more for as a bigger part of the station as a whole, where music on commercial radio is hand in hand with entertainment content and news and other things.
That's a really good point, actually. So I was actually going to say to you and ask you all what are the things that influence your decisions when you are choosing a song? Because you really are. When you get a lot of songs, I know, because I'm the one giving them to you, and there's, excuse my French, sorry to everybody at home, sorry kids, there's fucking heaps, right? So what influences your decision to take one song over another when you're looking at your playlist?
That's so hard. That's a hard
That's
question.
what these people are here for. Come on.
There's so much. When you've got 2 songs that are equally as good, I don't know. You could sometimes give them both a chance to be like, I'm going to give this one a go this week and this one a go next week, and then, see which one goes best or whatever. But I always love a good, like, if a song's caught me in the first 5 seconds, if it's got a real fun beat or like a really, really awesome vocalist, I'm like, this will work great. But if it doesn't, like as Jack was saying at the start, if the production on a song's not up to scratch, then I just will probably go to the next one. And yes, as you said, Jeff, the list that you send us is like humongous. So to listen to all of them and then choose the best is very tiring. But yeah, I actually don't have an answer for that question, because I like to give them all a go. So, yeah.
Does the what the artist has going on around them, the past kind of successes that you've had with a song with an artist, the activity that they have going on around their song and their social media and their marketing. Does that all count?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, of course, because if they're an established artist, then they've done the work and they're making an image for themselves. So I'm more likely to lean towards someone who has put in the work as opposed to someone who's just kind of blindsided it and shot their shots. But yeah.
Got anything to add, boys?
Yeah. So I guess, so you're saying we're comparing two songs that are basically on the same...
Well, yeah. No, because I do give you a lot of music, man, and some songs you are going, yeah, I really like that, and I'm going to give that a go, and then you look at another song, and you're just like, I don't think that song's going to work. What are the things within those two songs that makes one stand out?
If it has features and elements in the song that are similar to other songs that we've used that have worked, you can kind of go, I think this will go okay, judged on a couple of these other songs that are similar. But yeah, it's so subjective. It just depends. Sometimes it's a gut feeling, and if it's a gut feeling, you always get a second opinion, a third opinion to make sure you're making the right call. Because yeah, tricky. Two songs are exactly the same. You do lean towards the more established artist, but you also go, hey, is this a chance to potentially get someone else on as well? So yeah, it could be down to timing, could be down to whether or not we've got enough space in our categories. There's a number of factors. Yeah,
it really depends on the brand. I think in terms of just raw selecting songs to play on radio, it's kind of what we've touched on previously with where's the artist at in terms of their journey, their audience that they've gathered by themselves so far, their audience they might have obtained by being on other radio stations or previous history with your radio station. That stuff all helps. It can be a decision based on what you need on the playlist. So touched on it a little bit before, where it's like if there's a lot of ballads already on the playlist, then maybe you're looking for a bit more tempo. If even on a station like rock or pop, there are sub-genres behind that. So pop can range from anything from dance, sort of a poppier hip-hop song that's charted really well, so it's sort of crossed over into that space. So balancing out that as well, we're looking to fill categories in a scheduling system. So in the new music category, there's however many spaces there are, let's say 9, and you might have 6 that you're keeping in that category from the week before, and in that category you might find that 5 out of 6 of those songs are dance songs. So the likelihood of you, when you go through submissions that next week and choosing the dance song versus the options you have there that are maybe more singer-songwriter pop or a slight hip-hop track, they're probably going to have more of a chance based on filling that need. Because it all goes back to that keeping the audience when you're scheduling your radio station. If you're playing the same type of music that sounds exactly the same, song after song, then that experience is going to feel a bit samey and people might not come back. So as much as you're looking for familiarity, like Jack said, in terms of you've known something's worked before, that can help in sort of one avenue, but also there's a completely different avenue, which is you're making something that's quite different. I'll use an example when Jeff first played In the Air LAB to us at radio, and it has almost a minute of instrumental in the middle of it, and we're hearing the stories. Yeah, Big Jeff's the biggest fan in the world. There we go. But I was working at ZM at the time for that one, and in terms of that as a prospect for pop radio straight off the bat before it sort of fully exploded, I mean, that was a tough one, and I was looking in my categories at the time, and I was probably feeling like they were pretty balanced. And then on Jack's point, I had other options that were a little bit more familiar. I knew the audience was going to be into them, and I couldn't say that first time you pitched me that song that I could tell our audience was going to be into it. They ended up being into it, and that song stuck around.
Oh, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's epic being wrong when that does happen, eh? Like,
yeah. It was just a week after week coming back with it and knowing that that song was based on the movement and the relationship between band and gaining their own audience, and that's when we came on board later as an amplifier. So there's so many different paths. You can follow that path of just doing a sound that's a little bit maybe foreign to that radio station, but sticking at it and working so hard on it that you then become... That's sometimes when we get the biggest songs, is when somebody's stuck to a certain sound that's probably a little bit less common than what's played on that station, but when it cuts through, it cuts through and you can't kill it. So Again, massive tangent, but there are multiple ways to get on, and in terms of our pure selecting, it can be anything. So the best thing you can do is to put forward your strongest tracks. You can use a little bit of that knowledge we talked about, listening to the station, trying to find stuff that sounds like it, or trying to find stuff that will complement those songs really well. But at the end of the day, it will come down to just putting your best foot forward, sharing as much of your plan as possible. So if it's not this track, maybe we jump on the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a real important for these guys to consider, because how many of you get in your car, turn on your car, and your radio starts at the beginning of the song? Right? It happens never. Right? So a big thing for them is if you turn on your car, your radio comes on, and you're halfway through a song, and they immediately, and you in your car go, "What the hell is this?" Click. That's a real bad news situation for these guys, and they don't want that to happen, right? So when they're looking at songs, they are making sure that if their audience are getting on and they come in halfway through a song, they're immediately going to be engaged. We have touched a little bit on rotate, but how do the playlists, because in streaming they have many playlists. And basically, an artist can put a song on multiple, different songs on multiple playlists, so you can release song after song after song, multiple weeks, and they have the capacity to take that and manage that. It's very different for you guys. How do your rotates work, and how do you build a song through your playlist?
Well, with ZM, it's very fast rotating categories, and the playlist is very progressive, so we're constantly chewing through songs if they're not working, etc. But we start off, we have a new category, and that's where all of the new songs coming in, both international and local songs, can go into this category. We do have one for just Kiwi songs as well, but this one is for both. Then if that song's working really well, they will get either moved up into an A or B. Our A's spin the fastest, so they're on a 3-hour rotation. So that's why if you're getting in your car when you get into a car, everyone goes...
that's about 8 spins a day.
Yeah, so people go, "Why do you always play the same song?" I'm like, it's an A. It's always coming on. Sorry, it's how it works. But so they are the most popular songs on ZM. And then we have our Bs, which is below them, and they are pretty much the second most popular songs. Then we have our Kiwi current category. So that's where I will chuck songs, Kiwi songs only, that aren't quite there at the Bs and As yet, but I want them to spin across the day, and I want them to get the exposure that the other songs are getting. So that's just for the Kiwis. And then we have a category that just spins from 3 p.m. onwards. So that's people getting into their cars, like they've had a long day at work. They're a little bit more easy breezy. Like that's where I can kind of get away with more of the hip hop kind of stuff. If I play that at 6 a.m, people are they're like, "I don't want to listen to this." They're very like stubborn and aggressive. Whereas like later in the day,
you're a little less risk averse.
Yeah.
After 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a bit more risque, you could say. And then the nights category is, risque as you can play anything. Not anything, but, I like to get away all the stuff that I'm not too sure if it's going to work across the day yet. I'll give it some goes in nights. Our late show host, Cam, is incredible, and he really, really powers through Kiwi artists. He loves them, and he'll back the ones that he thinks can make a breakthrough. So that's sort of how it works for ZM, but it's obviously a lot different for the rock.
For the rock.
Yeah. I just want to say too, just before I get into rotates and that, and this will sound weird, sometimes songs sound different when they get played on the radio. Like it sometimes takes until you actually hear it on the radio to go, that sounds different to what I thought it would, or...
Yeah, hearing it in the mix.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. We run a little bit of a hybrid. Obviously, our go-to is classic rock, 90s, basically. So we kind of operate a hybrid. We'll go through an A rotate once every 7 or 8 hours, which is... Yeah, slow. Yeah, which means we can play songs for a longer period of time because they don't burn so quickly. People don't hear it, that repetition, so we can kind of play them for longer periods of time, which is great. What was I going to say? What was the question?
How do you build a song through the rotates?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So we have a Kiwi Rock SoundCheck category, so there's always 3 or 4 on the Kiwi Rock SoundCheck at all times. They will then move up to an E, which will then move to an A, and then once they play across that A, if they get there, then they'll move to a C, which is a current kind of in their cool-down period, and then we'll give them a month or 2 off, and it might come back as a full-time 90s track, or 2000 track, I should say, and be on the playlist full-time, if it gets there.
Yeah. I think the thing to sort of realize on radio is, especially in the commercial landscape and definitely at pop radio stations, is that the full universe of songs on the radio station is very small. You're talking like a few hundred tracks, and that includes all the back catalogue as well that don't spin nearly as fast as the current tracks. And pop or top 40 sort of comes from the idea that 40 or less songs are what's actually on sort of current rotate between your A's, between your news, between your downs or your B's. So it is a very small list, and by the time you've ticked off all your major internationals, especially if you're a pop top 40 station with the Biebers and whatnot, space is a premium, and that's what I guess the theme of this is when we're talking about trying to work a track in from a Kiwi artist. It is sometimes that, and a lot of the time it is that. It is working that Kiwi track in to... it is beneficial for us as an industry and as radio programmers to have Kiwi songs working, because we see what happens with like a pandemic where none of the internationals are coming to tour, and we still want to do shows and be out live and promote shows, and it's all your festival lineups are local only. So that is something that is beneficial to us when we have those relationships with those Kiwi artists, where we can help build those Kiwi artists. But it is tough to get them in. So I think in terms of starting on commercial radio, getting it anywhere, nights is the commonplace for songs to start, and that is, as the other two have sort of alluded to, it is a place where we're allowed a bit more freedom. The major shows aren't on, so it's not like you're throwing a brand new Kiwi song onto Fletch Von Megan and onto their sort of audience and making it sort of trial by fire there. You're sort of warming it up quite nicely first, and then you've got Kiwi features. So most commercial radio stations will have a Kiwi song on top of all the other songs that they're playlisting that they want to feature for the week. So that's a program through what Jeff does as well. So giving their artists some guaranteed spins, a post on social media, that's a pretty common theme across all the stations. And then what Bryony and Jack talking about with like sort of SoundCheck and Kiwi Currents, that's the radio stations doing what they can a little bit more on top of the Kiwi feature, on top of starting stuff off on nights, for what I kind of said before, it is beneficial for us to build local acts, and so we can have that relationship with them so that the live scene continues to get bigger and we can associate our brands with that. So they're sort of your starting pathways. It would be Kiwi features, it would be nights, it would be a Kiwi Current or a SoundCheck, that sort of stuff. And then from there, it's to try and get on those big rotates. So the true new music category for each station, which the bigger internationals and the more established local artists are going straight into, and then up into that B and A rotate. And then just quickly on another point as well with the sort of A rotate stuff, like you hear 3 hour rotate and 8 spins a day, and you think that's quite a lot, but that's sort of built for each station individually based on how long their audience is listening to the radio. So there are stations, ZB, Radio New Zealand, National, that have quite a long TSL. Breeze is another one that has pretty impressive TSL, but the majority of the younger the audience comes down in terms of demographic, a lot of the time the less loyal that audience is. And so TSL on a major commercial sort of younger targeted station can be 2 hours for the whole week for that listener listening. So if you're playing a song on 3 hour rotate, they might only hear that song once a week. And some people will for longer. There are people that listen for longer than the 2 hours, but 2 hours is the average. So that means there's also people listening for shorter than 2 hours. So that's why the rotates are what they are, because when we're trying to keep that listener loyal to our brand and tuning in every week, and we know that there are 7 songs maybe that are pretty consensus, the top 7 songs in the world for that format at the time, we want them to hear those 7 songs at least once a week, if not more, to associate our brand with the music that they love. So that's why rotates. It's a weird one. I have those conversations with people all the time. They're like, why do you play the same song all the time? And I'm like, you must be higher than the normal TSL. So thank you. Thank you for being a loyal listener.
Right. Now, I don't know if you guys have picked up on on what these guys have mentioned a lot. about something that they really are concerned with every day, and that is their audience. If you want to get your song on the radio, then you need to show that you can affect their audience in a really positive way, because that will influence their thoughts on you, your act, your song. So if I could give any piece of advice, when you're approaching these guys, you need to think about who their audience is and how you can positively show, well, how you can show that you are positively affecting their audience, because that will go a long way towards influencing them to playing your song. So we're talking about getting a song on, you're giving it a go, and then you are, you're waiting to see what's happening. You've used the word a couple of times, research. What are the metrics that you use? Once you've started playing a song, what are the metrics that you use to measure a song's success, and then to dictate whether you're going to stop playing a song or that you're going to move a song up through the rotates?
There's a few ways that we do it, excuse me, at ZM. So we have, as you said, music research. So we do this weekly. And we send out a test of songs. There's usually about 25 in them. And there's always a prize attached to sort of encourage the listeners to do it, because they get to win something. So they're like, oh yeah, I'll let you know what I like to listen to. So they will go through this test and say if they like a song or not. And then we get the results back, and the results are pretty harsh. Like, it's got like a love and then a hate, and then it's like there's other stuff as well, but we usually quite look at that. And if the hate percentage is high, it's such a harsh word, hate. I don't want to use that word, but that's what it says. Dislike.
Neg.
Yeah, yeah.
Negative. It's song negative. And that's used when we're having conversations, it's like it's got real high neg. Basically means people hate it.
But
But if passion or positive acceptance is high, then we're all good.
Yeah. And familiar as well. That's a massive thing that we go off is usually if the song's not testing really well, so if it's not at the top of the list for us, it's not familiar enough. It might be, say, like 400 people have voted on the song and 4% of people know it. So it's like familiar is so low. So I've got to keep the song on for longer to give the song more of a chance. So that's one way we do it. I also look at Spotify charts of New Zealand and global, if it's international, but that doesn't matter at this stage. It's just New Zealand. And Shazam scores as well, and also the top 40 charts for New Zealand as well. So if a Shazam scores high, that means that they could be Shazamming it off many things. There's a Brood song that's Shazamming really high at the moment, and it's because of that Kiwi Bank ad on TV. Have you seen it? It's real. It's Peach by Broods, and I'm like, yeah. It's like number 2 on Shazam, and I'm like, oh, that's from that Kiwi Bank ad. So it could be from like heaps of stuff, but usually like people get in their car and they don't know a song, they'll Shazam it. So if a song's coming up quite high on Shazam, it's a really good sign. Also, for Spotify, they're actively going and searching for it as well. And then we do Instagram polls as well, where listeners that aren't as active and they don't want to do the tests and stuff, some of them are quite lazy, they can't really be bothered going through all the songs, so they just like tap out halfway through. We have Instagram like love or hate, I hate using that word, I just said hate again, where you can like drag it to, what's that called, you know those things on Instagram?
Like a slider.
It's like a slide thing, and at one side it's like love it, one side don't like it, and we go off that as well, and you can see how many people are. So there's lots of, and then we bring it all into one, have our music meetings, and we're like, okay, this song, all the information on it, should we move it down or move it up? And that's how ZM does it.
You can make Bryony's life way easier if when you're sending out emails and release sort of notes or PR notes, that stuff you can definitely include. And a lot of people do, but that's sort of something for your artist toolbox as well, is to scan. You might have put a song out, you might have already sent the initial email out, but then go have a scan and see if it's charting on Shazam. The Spotify for artists we can't get behind, and most radio programmers who are used to consuming numbers through the music research, like we pretty much all love those sort of numbers. So if you've got something really interesting on your Spotify for artists that sort of shows, yeah, it's got this many streams, but this many streams came from people searching it out actively, or any of those, I think it's lean forward. Is it lean forward? Yeah, all that sort of stuff. I mean, this is all data you can use, not just for radio, but in any of your discussions around your music and promoting yourself. They're all numbers that you should be aware of. Check the NZ Top 40 each week. There's a Hot 20, there's a Top 40, and then there's a New Zealand Hot 20. And the Hot 20 has quite high weighting based on radio airplay. Is that right, Judge? So if your song does start to get some spins on radio and you want to sort of push that envelope a little bit more to other radio stations, or convince the radio programmers to put it up on higher rotate, have a look on that Hot 20, see if you're in there every week. It updates every week. So these are just sort of basic things you can do to keep tabs on your song, because there's one thing putting a song out and sending that initial email out, but then there's also sort of checking back in on how it's going and kind of being your own champion and fighting from your own corner, I guess. So yeah, anything you can include that makes that job easier for any of us is going to be handy for you in the long run. Sorry, Jack, skipped you.
No, that's all right. No, we can go in a different order. We can change it up. So we do it very similarly to how ZM do it. I think most radio stations kind of just run their research like that, and we look at the same things. We can generally go on gut feeling a little bit if a new track is coming in very, very low, that unfamiliar thing, you go, actually, this is a good song, people just haven't heard it enough yet. We also kind of take the approach of no feedback is good feedback. If it plays on air and nobody mentions anything, then clearly it fits. There have been occasions where we will put a song on air and you'll hear about it, people won't like it, and that's kind of a instant moment where you go, okay, we need to have a look at this again. But everything by committee, like you get a group of people in to talk it over and bring up different points, and it's never one person just making a hard and fast call like that, because you could be wrong.
So you guys aren't. That's a good point to make. It doesn't. You're not the only one making the call over the playlist, are you?
No.
How many people are?
There's usually 3 of us, myself included. And then, sometimes I'll go into the office and be like, ZM, do you like the song? And they'll be like, nah. Or they'll be like, yeah, this is awesome. So they have like 10% of the input, but the core is, there's 3 of us, yeah.
The office is a good place to go because they do know the brand inside and out, right? So there's 2 of us. We don't have a music director, so there's 2 of us doing playlist stuff, but other people are more than welcome to have their input, and they do too. And if we're ever unsure as well, then that's when we cast the net wider and talk to 3 or 4 others and just see what they think. It's always, there's no harm. So,
yeah, generally the music director is the one that's had the contact with the labels, with Jeff, with individual independent musicians and managers. So they're sort of the information bank, and then there might be the boss of a station, a content director that jumps in, or a consultant that might have their own ideas. A lot of the time that's talking about your A rotates and more strategic top end decisions, not really as much on Kiwi ads and Nights ads and the bottom sort of start of the playlist structure. So you're still really looking at music director. Just a couple of things on research while we're on the topic. So that research is a blind test. You're getting a 15-second hook of the song with no mention of what the artist or title of the song is. So it's purely based on what people are hearing, and it will be the hook of the song. Sometimes if the hook of the song is, if a song's a little bit different and the hook's not the strongest bit of the song, maybe we chuck in, we're sort of selecting that 15-second clip, so maybe we'll chuck in another section if we think that gives it a stronger chance. But that test is coming purely blind, and it's coming off 15-second hook of your song. They're not listening to the full 3 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever the song is. So that's just an important thing to note about research.
We're running low on time. I promise I will ask questions for you, so get those ready. For a lot of these guys, do you have any advice about how they can approach you guys for when they're reaching out for commercial airplay, and what are some absolute do's and some absolute don'ts?
Absolute do's would be to have confidence in yourself and have confidence that your track has got what it takes, and that you're an established artist, and that you are good enough to be on radio. Absolute don'ts. We love listening to music, and we obviously listen to a lot a day, but that's not all we do. So I think just to be patient if you don't hear back from us, or if you've emailed us, or I don't know, contacted us on LinkedIn. I don't know, I get some people hitting me up on LinkedIn, which is quite cool. Or some people just come like, yeah, it's all good. This is business. It's fine. If they Facebook message me, I'll be like, how did this happen? But some people will just come into the office as well if they're, I don't know, just have confidence and just back yourself. But yeah.
How should they approach sending you their song?
I would say that if you have some background knowledge, or like add some background knowledge on yourself in the email, maybe some, if the song's already out, some streaming knowledge, if it's going okay. If you've done any concerts, touring, add that in there as well. If your song's getting played on any other station, like Harry said, add that in. If you're with a label, maybe mention that. I don't know, they change. I don't have an answer for you because they're all different, and sometimes they catch my attention and sometimes they don't. The ones that catch my attention are the ones that I know that they're like really sure of like what they want, and they're like, listen to my song, please, but not like bombarding me because that's overwhelming.
Yeah, I think email is definitely best, and I can just keep it nice and simple.
You're not keen on LinkedIn?
Nah, I'm gonna stay on the LinkedIn.
Why not?
So yeah, just keep it nice and simple. Get to the point. Tell us what you're trying to do. If like for us, obviously being the Rock, there are a lot of people that aspire to go, hey, we want to write a song to get it on the Rock. There's no harm in coming to us before you release the song and saying, what do you think of this? Is there anything we could change? Like, what do you like? What do you not like? And again, sometimes we're busy, but generally we'll try and come back and give some feedback where we can. But, there could be something that you could potentially change to make us more likely to play it before you release it if we had that conversation beforehand. So, yeah, I guess that varies station to station, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're only going to help yourself by sending your song ahead of time. We're not going to go and sell your song or leak it or anything like that. That's not kind of what we're about. As long as you put like, hey, this is coming out here, embargoed to then, whatever. That, yeah, it's not our business to be going out and doing that. It doesn't really bring us any benefit in that regards.
To be honest with you,
Chachi would also shoot us.
They don't care when your song's coming out. They just want to know what the plan is. And, if you send it to them ahead of time, they are not going to be the ones who are then going to leak your song early. So don't be worried about sending your song to them early.
I've done it once. I have played a song once that wasn't released yet, and the artist was stoked. They were at Wolves down from Christchurch, and they were just, I remember ringing and being like, I'm so sorry. He's like, mate, this is awesome. I love it. So,
yeah, but so definitely seen it before. I mean, there's been cases where I've been sent songs and it's like, hey, this came out 6-7 weeks ago, whatever. And especially on commercial radio, yeah, you want them to know straight away rather than that. I think the plan there might have been they had some exciting playlist opportunities on streaming, and they thought that was going to carry the song, and then New Music Friday ended maybe, and that playlist got updated the next week, and then there was not much follow-up playlisting, and it was kind of like an oh shit, what do I do situation. Oh, I'll go contact radio, and then we go, oh, this is a cool song, like when's it coming out? It came out 7 weeks ago. So that's not a position you want to put yourself in. That just comes into planning around the start of your track. Something not to do would probably be assume that the person you're sending to knows probably anything about you as an artist. So as much information as you can sort of give. I mean, don't put 3 pages down, but maybe the headline stuff in the bulk of the email. Then if you want to include attachment to a PR PDF or a link through to a media kit, then that's a pretty nice way of doing it. You're giving a lot of information, but also not crowding the email. A really just basic one, which is really important to know, is send your song. Like, don't send a link to Spotify, because if I'm in a rush one day and I'm trying to find ads quickly and I go on your song and I like it, and then I come back to you because I'm like, I want to get a download of your song because I want to add it today and start playing it, and it takes you a day to come back, that might have been your playlist opportunity gone. So Dropbox or whatever it is to send the actual WAV of the song through, because the amount of times we get, here's my link on Spotify, we can't play a link on Spotify. So you just want to make it as easy as possible, really, in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. If you're going to send them their song, because they are busy people, you want them to be able to click once to hear your song.
Then
So that
download
could
it,
be if
have
you've
it.
got a video made already, then they can see the video, or it could go to a SoundCloud link. But immediately under that, there should be a Dropbox or a WeTransfer or something like that where they can download a broadcast quality version of your song. Because if they want to play it, they're going to want to play it straight away, right? So you need to make that easy for them. Okay, we've only got 5 minutes to go. So I'll open up to the floor. Also, if there's anyone in digital land who has questions, then by all means let me know them. Lorraine or Teresa or whoever's monitoring that. But are there any questions out here on the floor? Yeah, dude in the hat.
How much influence does the radio talent have on what gets played, if any at all? And does that depend on what the content of their show is?
They have no input into the playlist. They can tell me as much as they want how much they don't like a song, but they have no control over it. And I got my eye on them. Like, if I see that they drag a song out, I got it straight back in. They've got no input. But they can, you know, I mean, Fletch, Vaughan and Haley, Brian Clint, half of them, well, Clint, Vaughan, Fletch, they're not the pure target demographic of ZM. So, and they're always the ones that are telling me the most, like, no, I don't like the song, or play that more. So I just, no. Yeah.
You're not an 18 to 24-year-old girl, so fuck off. Down here in the front.
Church, if I can follow on that real quick, sorry. It does different. So in commercial land, I think Bryony's point is probably 99% true. In Music 101 on Radio New Zealand, Charlotte is very involved in the music selection process. I haven't personally worked on student radio, but I would assume the hosts there have a little bit more input in the music than the hosts on commercial radio.
Yeah,
but strictly for commercial radio, you're wanting to go to the music director. If there's another relationship with a host on a student radio or on one of Radio New Zealand's programs, then maybe it differs a little bit more. They definitely have a lot more input. Sorry.
I would also say that at ZM, Cam has a little bit of an input.
Cam, definitely.
He
Cam.
does.
Yeah,
because-
he's the only one because he knows his music as well. The others have no idea what they're talking about.
But music's also a large part of his show, whereas with the breakfast shows and the drive shows, it's about entertainment, right? And the personalities as opposed to the music. So they really have very little input over the song. Sorry, down the front here.
I have two questions. I'll keep them brief. The first one, what exactly does established mean? Like, does that mean active on social media or signed, or what does it mean?
It means a lot of things, but it's basically an artist who's not brand new. You're not starting out. You've released a number of songs. You've started building your audience. You've probably had some manner of success with at least one song. You've probably released. You're up to your probably second body of work release, like your second EP, or you're releasing an album after releasing an EP or something like that. So you're not, this is my first song or this is my second song. You're not really established. You are emerging. You're establishing. So yeah, established is somebody who has already built an audience and has a following. They can go and do a show and they can draw an audience in. They've got a following in social media and they've had some sort of success somewhere.
I'd point to NZ On Air's music funding criteria. So if you go on the site when you're looking for new music or project funding, there's a list of criteria. You have to meet a certain amount of it before you can go into that funding round.
10. Yeah,
10 of the things. So there's some really good stuff on there. There is one on radio playlisting, but there's also stuff like, do you have a distribution platform set up or manager? There's lots of really handy things there where I think if you're going over where you're at as an artist and you looked at that checklist and you go, where am I at in terms of these things? I think once you probably hit the 10 on that threshold, then would probably, if you're going for new funding on NZ On Air, then you're probably a bit more established than someone who doesn't meet any of that criteria. In terms of when we were talking about established, we're talking about how it will help you have more of a chance. You don't have to be established to have your song played on radio, whether it be commercial, student, or any other sort of form of radio, but it does help. So don't worry too much if you are brand new in terms of like, I have absolutely zero chance. It's just the more you do become established, the better chance you're going to have.
Hard out. Lord had nobody. Nobody knew who that chick was. So you don't have to be.
Cool. And just my other question is it better to come from the artist, like pitching to radio, or is it better from like management or label or PR?
Doesn't bother me, to be honest, but that's probably personal preference. It comes to the same email inbox, and I'll read it regardless of who it's come from. So, yeah.
Short answer, they don't care who it comes from. If it's a song and they want to play it, they don't give a rat's who it comes from.
I think there's definitely an idea that people think that you need a label to get on radio. I think I've heard that one a few times. You don't. Labels have set aside time with us every week. There's a meeting we do. Every radio programmer probably does with each of the majors. So they will be pitching their artists, and that is a way that they're going to hope that they have some influence over the radio programs. But to counter that, Jeff comes in just as frequently and brings mainly unsigned New Zealand artists that aren't getting pitched by those labels. And then in addition to that, then yes, you can come to us directly as the artist if you don't have management, or if you think you prefer your manager to write it, if you're not very good at spell check, I don't know, whatever the reason would be for it. But yeah, at the end of the day, everyone's trying to pitch their music to us, and however you want to get it in, it's just more about, where you're at as an artist and what you're including in there, and giving as much insight as possible than it is who actually sends the email.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Two questions. One ideal lead. Oh, hello. One ideal lead times, and then two quite a genre-specific question. We sort of play in the pop rock sphere. Are there any specific tones? Are there any instruments? Are there any samples that might sort of skew it to being too rock for you or too pop for you? Bones?
Bones. You go first.
The question about the lead, are you meaning like the length of the song or like the...
Sorry, how long do you want us to pitch it into you to actually consider it?
I would say give it... I have no idea. Maybe give it a couple weeks.
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks.
Is quite a sweet spot, because it allows us to work out what else we're considering for Kiwi features that week, or Nights ads that week, or wherever we're going to start the song off. But it's not also so far in the future that we're going to forget about it. So.
And then in terms of if it's too rock for pop...
you love rock music. So.
I love rock music. I love it. But I obviously can't play like heavy rock on on ZM. But it's just... I'll have an idea just because I listen to ZM every day for, the past 4 years. So I have an idea if something sounds too rocky or too the rock. Then, I'll just pass it over to...
it's the same thing. It's kind of like it'll potentially come out of an ACD song into a Tool song, so it just needs to not be too jarring in the middle. And I always like a song that just has a nice chunky guitar through it. Is a
big fat guitar.
Not like rip your face off heavy metal, but just like something that's a bit drivey.
Awesome. We are unfortunately okay, bro. Come on, give it to me. What's the question? Dude in the glasses, right there.
So the three panellists said that they keep. This question for you.
Yeah.
That you refer music onto them.
Yeah.
Is that New Zealand On Air funded artists? Is that just
no?
Kiwi
Right. I
artists
just
in
need
general?
to think that they'll play it. So reach out,
New Zealand,
all of you. If you want to know if you get your song on the radio, then.
And if you've got New Zealand On Air funding, does that mean you're probably going to?
Oh well, if you're funded, I'll do it anyway. Yep. But if you're not funded, but I think I can get the song on the radio, then absolutely, I'll go and have that conversation for you.
We also don't know who is and isn't funded when you bring it to us.
They don't know, so they don't care, right? And I just need to think that I can get it on the radio. So, unfortunately, we're overtime, and
very quickly.
Harry,
very quickly. One thing I just really want to add is that another sort of idea that I've heard a lot of people thinking is that radio stations aren't friendly with each other, or don't like that you might be doing a piece of content or an interview with another station. It can be further from the truth. Like I used to work with Bryony and Bones went to school together. Like we all know each other well, and we are all on Team New Zealand Music. So don't feel like you have to pick sides with radio stations. You have to pick between commercial student, or you have to pick between More FM or the hits. Like it's not that kind of life. So I just think that's a really important note to add. Do whatever content you can. If someone wants to interview you and you want to do it, go for it. Don't worry about how it's going to affect one of the other radio stations.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm getting hassled to finish, so I'd just like to get you to help me in thanking our panellists, Harrison Parley, Jack Honeybone, and Bryony Wilson. The next panel is about overseas. It's about overseas, touring overseas. Next steps overseas, and you're heading overseas. And you've got a great panel with Tammy. I know Tammy's on it. It's just Tammy. And that's all you need. But thanks very much, guys. Have a great afternoon. I'm going to be sticking around. I don't know if these guys are, but I'll be sticking around. So afterwards, there is a bit of a opportunity for us to kind of have a catch-up and a chat. So if you've got any questions, by all means, hit us up. Cheers.
Check 1 2. I'll get the other panelists to come up to the stage. Yes, not just Tammy. It's all right. Yeah, sit anywhere. It's all good. Now, what I might do is I might get you to shift over one because I've got the Shepherd's Rain boys. There's two of them together. So. Yep. How's everyone doing? Do you enjoy lunch? I'd just like to say absolutely 100% if you're not currently signed or you have tunes that you want to get into the ears of radio programmers, definitely use Jeff. He's the man. He will be a huge advocate for you in getting your songs out and into the radio stations. So. Is anyone here that has applied for New Zealand On Air funding? Put your hands up. Okay. Not as many as I thought there might be, actually. Oh, kia ora, boys. Oh, well, we'll kick off. Well, kia ora, everyone. My name's Wairere. You will just see me around, so that's all good. What I'm doing, and I do lots of stuff. But today, I'm here as the moderator. And for the Levelling Up Our Overseas stuff, I'm going to read the panel description. Touring and releasing your music overseas is every artist's ambition. Now that the borders are open and the international touring is back, our panel will share their insights on how they have secured international record deals, navigated the complexities of different overseas territories, and give tips on how to tour internationally. So, I'm going to introduce our panel, starting with at my left here, which is Mr. Alan Holt, the International Manager for the New Zealand Music Commission. Hi, Alan.
Hi.
Next to him, I've got Craig Pearce, Artist Manager for the Black Seeds, Phoenix Foundation, and Red Fountain. Give it up.
Hi.
Next to him, the very colourful. We have to get a selfie together too, by the way. Tammy Nelson. Kia ora, Tammy. How are you? Next to Tammy, also wearing a pink was the colour for today. We've got Jonathan Pierce, two Pierces, and guitarist from the Beths. And at the end there, we've got Oliver and Faliva from Shepherd's Reign. What kind of sounds do you guys play? It's pretty butty,
heavy metal.
Heavy metal. Yeah. So and that's exactly how my hair would look too if I didn't cut it and just mean. All right, kia ora everyone. So where do we start? I guess the first question I'd like to maybe put to you, Craig, because you've got the Seeds, you've got who are, really well-established international tourers and have been out doing things for a really long time. But you've also got a developing artist, or rather not developing, but rather you've got an artist who might be looking into going international. So when is a good time to start thinking about moving into the international scene?
Well, any time is a good time. I would guess when you're sort of planning your international kind of strategy, you want to know that you've got a good foundation here first. So you want to be able to constantly do shows, get your performance levels up, be able to work on your craft and your songs and know really, how to play them really well. That's on the live front. Obviously, with your recorded music, once it's released, you want to sort of track your followers, use all these amazing tools that we have now that we didn't really have in the early 2000s, which was more just putting CDs out. Every 6 months, you get a report saying 50 copies sold in Amsterdam, so let's go to Amsterdam. Sort of getting a groundswell here, or taking any opportunity you can, whether it's a support slot for someone that's going, interest coming direct to you from a festival, or obviously using channels like Great Escape or CMJ or South by Southwest, where you can actually apply to go and showcase.
Yeah. Is there, because there's quite a considerable investment required to start thinking about an international strategy and getting overseas. So is it possible to be thinking about that too early?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's huge investment. If you're an 8-piece band with 2 crew, things like that, it's a lot of people on the road. Also, you need to sort of think about it in the long term. You can't really just go, okay, I want to go and do a tour in Australia, because you need to think about the next tour 3 years from now. Like, there's no point in going to Australia to do one tour if you've got no follow-up plan. So it's a long kind of 3 to 5 year plan that you need to be putting in place to really make that first investment worthwhile. Sure.
Speaking of investments, we have Alan here, who's with the international manager, and obviously the Music Commission helps with that investment. And what are some of the things that you see in terms of artists coming through Outward Sound around what Craig's talking about, which is about the plans and the strategy and perhaps being a little bit early or just right?
Right. So if you don't know, we have a funding program where we fund artists or bands to do a number of things, including touring, and we fund up to 50% of costs for them to do so. So we do 4 rounds a year, and those rounds are really competitive. So the more you have going on internationally, the better. And what that really means is that you have some sort of fan base there already in some sort of way. Like back in the early days, in the early 2000s, or 2006 when the program started, that would be really good reviews, or you've been exporting CDs there, or someone's decided to release your album. And now you can do your digital streaming from New Zealand. So you'd want to come to us and say, look, we're doing a lot of streaming from this country, these territories, and then you might want to follow that up by performing there. But you really want to make sure that there is serious play there, because it is a big investment. And as Craig said, you want to be able to have a fully fledged plan to focus on that market, not just do a one-off 4 dates, 6-date tour, and then come home again and go, wow, that was exhausting, and then think about doing something again in 3 years, because that's too long.
Sure. Oliver and Feliva, you've just basically put your toe in the water of international. You've just come back from Australia. Tell us a little bit about what you were doing in Aussie and what you've been doing.
Yeah, that's right. We just got back a couple of weeks ago from Australian tour, and that was as the opening band for Devilskin. So that was our first overseas tour. It was awesome. It was real good. But yeah, it was a big learning experience for us, and how was it? A lot of challenges. Yeah. But it was good in the end. Yeah, obviously starting as that was our first overseas tour, so it's kind of working things out, like how to plan things, and I was as the opening band, so our budget was real tight. So working that out. Just all the kind of things that come up, like your paying for your flights and your excess luggage and all of that. Yeah.
How important, I guess, with the genre of music that you're playing, is the international market for you?
Very, very important, especially for metal. New Zealand's got a good metal scene, but internationally, it's much bigger than just New Zealand. You got Germany and Finland and all them. And yeah, very important.
Are there any bands that you can look to in terms of what they've done internationally in the same genre? I know that there are groups. Oh yeah, are there any other New Zealand groups that you kind of look towards?
Definitely. There's Alien Weaponry, who's done really well. They sing in Te Reo, and we sing in Samoan, so pretty similar. And they've gone far, and definitely the labels helped out and things like that. We still haven't got a label, so we're trying to do everything ourselves. Had no tour manager on the last tour we went to Australia, so we sort of struggled, but we still had fun and did the best we could.
Awesome. And so you were I guess traveling with Devilskin, and they're they've done a lot of international touring already, and they've got pretty strong support through management and labels and that kind of thing. Is that and you've also got international management at the moment, or somebody that's helping you internationally?
That's right. Yeah, we've linked up with some management overseas, so they're working on stuff for us overseas. Yeah, like you said, for our genre metal, it's definitely has a big scene overseas. So it's a bit harder in New Zealand just because it's like a niche sort of genre. So we've been, like, going overseas has always been the dream. Just been touring overseas, doing big gigs and stuff. So I guess as a band, we've just been building things as much as we can, like all the time. So always putting out music and just working on our social media and building our fan base. So it's just been growing steadily over the last few years. So we're kind of at that position where we have a fan base in different parts of the world. And so, but in that still kind of tricky stage where it's still growing, where it's kind of that, where it's quite tricky to work out. But yeah, getting there. So we had that big opportunity with Devilskin. I think that was a big opportunity for us as our first tour.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess that's being able to connect with another established act. I know the question came up before about who the definition of an established act. Someone like a band like Devilskin, who's established, and that allows me to segue into Tammy. You've been working real hard in the industry for a really long time, and you've been living here in Aotearoa and touring around the world. And And you've had an amazing opportunity that just came up just recently. And you want to tell us a little bit about that and sort of how that came about?
Yeah, well, I guess my international foray kind of started about 5 or 6 years ago, is when I really kind of started focusing internationally. And as these guys said, you know, building the foundation here in New Zealand was really important first. I kind of see it as, I know this sounds really icky to talk like business, but this is music business, like a franchise. So if your flagship store in New Zealand, if you build it up to a point where it's successful, it's profitable, then you don't kind of expand until you have a flagship store. That's your solid kind of income. And then you actually have the money to lose completely when you tour internationally.
I did say to her earlier, you know, let's keep it light and hopeful.
Yeah.
Nice, Tammy. No, keep it real. That's the main one.
Yeah. But so that was kind of, you know, the start is kind of building here. And then that's kind of a jumping off point. And getting in with support act. So support act is definitely the way to go. You know, you have a built-in audience immediately. And while there's no money in it, it's an investment, just like you're starting another franchise somewhere else. You have to start from the ground up. And like these boys, my genre, though it's not metal, it's a little bit different, it's country, it's equally niche in New Zealand. And my fan base tends to be predominantly in the US and in Europe. And so it's, you know, if I'm wanting to kind of have and connect with that larger audience, doing support act, you know, and we're talking like $300 a show or $500 a show to fly, you know, a band from New Zealand and tour a band. And it's that, you know, you don't make money, it's an investment. And so it was about 5 years of doing that to this point. And then, of course, the pandemic kind of knocked the wind out of all of our sails. And at first, you feel like, because so much of this business is momentum. And it was just, you know, this momentum was going and going and going, and then it just stopped. And it's really hard to kind of push that boulder again down the hill from no movement. But you have to remember you still have that foundation. You haven't lost everything, you know, and if you've worked really hard to connect with your audience virtually and online during this time, then, you know, there's still a foundation there. And so I was booked to play South by Southwest in March 2020. That lovely year. That lovely year. And we all know what happened. And I was booked to play South by, and I was booked to play a festival at Willie Nelson's ranch. And, you know, and it was one of those things, it was like, this is it. This is just like a career highlight. I can retire after this. And then, of course, it all fell over. And so the festival, Luck Reunion, was one of the first festivals to move online. It was days after everything shut down. They moved the whole thing online, and they asked me to do a 3-song set. And it was, you know, Paul Simon and Neil Young and me and Willie Nelson. and I was like, I thought I'd peaked at that point. I was like, it's not going to get better than this. So, you know, I was very, very disappointed, totally gutted, you know, after years of building to this point, that it all kind of fell apart. But unbeknownst to me, Willie and his family were all watching the online festival, and they saw my set and became fans, which is hilarious to say. And I had kind of this amazing, I think there were 100,000 people watching, and I had this influx of new fans on socials, and one of those fans was this woman called Annie, and she was really cool, and we interacted on Twitter. She would kind of respond to everything I'd say, and she was really funny and really cool. And about 3 months in, my brother said to me, I've just realized who Annie is, and it's Willie Nelson's wife. And yeah, so I was casually chatting with Willie Nelson's wife for 3 months. And but we kind of built this friendship online, and she and Willie were fans, which is crazy still. And so throughout the pandemic, I did a lot of, online stuff. I did some single releases. One of them, which was a cover of a Willie Nelson song that I'd recorded before any of this. And I released that, and Annie shared it, and she messaged me, and she said, "Here's my phone number. Willie wants you to have our number, and, we don't just have to talk on Twitter." And I'm like, "Have you been hacked? Is this really you?"
Yep.
And she would text me, and she's like, "I just played Willie your song, and he loves it. He loves your version of the song." And that was it. I was ready to retire at that point. And then things started to open up again overseas. And of course, we were then delayed, so we were in lockdown. And the festival was going to be put back on for the first time since the pandemic. And it was jumping through so many hoops. Annie's like, "You got to come, you got to come." And in this time, I had recorded my album, and Willie agreed to do a duet on the album. And so he did it, obviously, long distance. But a big part of that was they were really expecting me to come to Luck and perform it live with him.
Sure.
And I absolutely was committed to doing that as much as I could. And I was entering all the lotteries and not getting any of the MIQ nightmare stuff, and getting letters of support, and Outward Sound were trying to help as well. But if the border's not open, the border's not open. And right down to the wire, there's so many hoops to jump through, and you can give up so easily. But, if you don't try, it's a definite no. It could be a no, but it will definitely be a no if you don't try. And so at the last minute, they opened the week they got rid of MIQ was the festival, and I was on a plane, and we were in the height of Omicron. We locked down for a week in our house to try to get Mama on the plane, and I ended up going and performing with Willie twice. He did a card game for me. He's really cool.
Amazing story. Well done. Congratulations. That's. But it's interesting about having, advocates and having relationships with people in international markets that can either help you in this case, directly with, one of your idols, and then and Jonathan, I wanted to come to you. The Beths have a very established international sort of touring regime. I guess you've been out in those markets for a little while, and I wanted to kind of come around a little bit and speak to the importance, and maybe people here might like to know, how important is it? Can it be done all from here, or do you need to have somebody over there working for you in order to get the opportunities?
Okay, yeah. That's a interesting question. Can it be done from Aotearoa?
Can you establish yourself internationally from over here, successfully, or have you needed help, or is it something you've managed to be able to do by yourself?
I think you probably could, but it would be an enormous amount of work, and I'm not too sure why you would. I think a big part of making the first steps overseas is building out the team of people that you work with, and enabling your band or yourself as an artist to do more stuff, to make more music and tour more shows and do more work by bringing on other people. And I say that pointedly because it doesn't enable you to do less work. In fact, probably the opposite. But you dramatically increase your capacity when you get a booking agent on board. And I think you do need local booking agents. Basically, I think that's probably not negotiable. I think no New Zealand booking agent will be able to serve your music in the US or in Europe. And if they tell you that they can, I think you should be suspicious of that view. A New Zealand-based tour manager who's really tight with the artist, that can be really useful. If they have some experience, then that could be really great. It could be really great for you because then you've got someone you really know really well and you trust them implicitly because that person has a huge responsibility while you're away. A New Zealand-based label, I'd be also a little bit skeptical about that. I think you do need local market knowledge, and you definitely need people who are really good at getting records to the shops. And that is the number one job of the record label, is to pay for the records and get them into stores. And I don't think a New Zealand record label will really be able to do that on any scale. I can't think of any labels that can probably do that sufficiently. Once you start seriously internationally touring, then you want pretty good coverage. So that would be hugely hard from New Zealand. So I think probably no is the answer. You probably can't do it just from New Zealand. But you can make the moves from New Zealand. It's not like a chicken and egg paradox. It's the moves can start from New Zealand, and you set your goals in New Zealand. And I think Craig mentioned, you can make quite long-term plans with your New Zealand team, with people in New Zealand, the people you're really tight with. And then those plans will definitely change. And that, maybe only the first 6 months of your 5-year plan will hold true, and then you'll be constantly reassessing. But all of that can start from New Zealand. You don't need someone from overseas to kind of pluck you out of New Zealand. In fact, that doesn't happen. And
what about car park? How did that happen?
From a New Zealander. Yeah, so our record label, Car Park Records, based in DC, Washington, DC, they have quite a strong New Zealand connection. The label owner is good friends with a number of New Zealand musicians, especially Bevan Smith, who's in Glass Vaults and produces music for a lot of other people, based in Wellington. And our relationship with them started because we kind of came at them from two directions. First, we approached them because we saw that they did the Pop Strangers record, which we felt was a reasonably contemporaneous album to ours. And we thought that if they can do a good job with that album, they can probably do a good job with ours. But then, unbeknownst to us, Bevan, who had done a little bit of work on our album with me and with our band, had this connection to Car Park already. And he had emailed Todd and suggested a couple of albums, actually, not just ours, but a couple of albums that he'd heard recently that Todd might be interested in. It does usually take some other input like that to get people to open that email. But if you really rack your brain, you probably do have another way in to get the email opened. And people in New Zealand, as a rule, I think, are just so open to helping or hearing your story and hearing what you're up to. And there's quite a lot of help out there if you think your product is dope enough to ask for it.
Craig, in terms of the Black Seeds and sort of what they've done internationally, is there how has that New Zealand and international teams worked together? Do you have an extensive international team?
Yeah, over the course of 20 odd years, we do have established booking agents in every territory, local promoters that those booking agents will rely on for our particular genre or sound. And again, going back to having that local knowledge. So New Zealand, you can book a tour. Australia, still pretty simple to book your own tour direct. But when you get to North America and Europe, you really need that local knowledge. They'll know the venue, they'll know the support acts, they'll know how to promote the show. Throughout the course of the Black Seeds history, we've had a North American manager that worked alongside me specifically for that market. And obviously it makes things more difficult for me, but as an independent artist, well, all my artists are very independent. We have 5 record labels for the Black Seeds. So 1 in North America, Europe, EU, 1 in Australia separately, and then obviously in New Zealand is sort of self-distributed. So you have to really rely that everyone's doing their part for their territory, right from the recordings through to the live. So yeah, the bigger team, the better. Obviously, it's a lot more work and a lot more slices of the pie going out, but hopefully the pie is bigger.
How has, I guess, artists, that have already established the boys were talking about alien weaponry kind of playing at the festival and how that might open doors, and like the festivals that alien weaponry have played at, and obviously had a from what we could tell a very positive response. And is it something that you guys think that you'll be able to hit those particular festivals and kind of lean on the fact that you're from Aotearoa, you're singing in your native language, and that's opening up?
Yeah, definitely. I think, those guys have been trailblazers in that scene and kind of showing that there's a big market for what they do. And I guess we can kind of slot into that kind of area as well. And that is our goal. And we had opportunities come up just around just before the pandemic started, and we were looking at some of these festivals in Europe. So we will be looking at that. Hopefully it does happen. But it's just the challenge of working it out, sort of budget-wise, and putting it all together. We are working with some overseas booking agents, like we were talking about. They're based in different. We've got they specialise in Europe and America, so they'll be working on that as well. So that's pretty cool for us. Want to add anything on that? Yeah.
Was there anyone, like, if you can think about other artists that were possibly pushing into those international markets for you from Aotearoa that kind of made a difference? Was there anyone that kind of stood out?
Yeah, I mean, there was, what everyone calls the Welly sound. So, the Freddies and Trinity Roots, and there was a big swell of sound. So it was easy to kind of piggyback or be noticed as a collective genre and a sound. So, have you heard this? And there is, New Zealand is a very warm community within the industry, and obviously from the artist point of view. So sharing contacts, sharing, bookers at festivals. Most people are very open to doing that because, if I've gone and done a festival this year, I know I can't do it next year. So why not pass over the email if that person's okay with it to book another band from this country that has a similar vibe. If you've gone and done an amazing set, they know that, well, hey, that was a great set from that kind of sound. Well, let's just copy and paste it next year. And it works, all the artists I work with are very different genres. But most of the festivals that we would perform in Europe or North America are very multi-genre. There's, 18 stages, all different sounds. So it's quite easy for me to go, okay, well, you have the Black Seeds this year. Why not have Red Fountain or the Phoenix Foundation next year? Because there's so many slots available.
Sure. Alan, how important in terms of, in terms of that international support? And I'm going to, it's a two-part question. So let's start with that. How important is the international support, and then also an established domestic footprint to getting funding?
It really, really varies. I think one of the things that I like to hammer home to everybody is, in many respects, there's no set rule for anything. Like, every artist has to view themselves as themselves. And you can't necessarily follow the rules of what another band has done because their circumstances are different, their genre is different, and their pathway is going to be different than yours. So you just have to find out what that is for yourself. So to answer your question, I think some sort of international positive response is important, and what that is varies. We've had, like, I'm just thinking through the artists have come to us. Very beginning with my first year here, Tiny Ruins came, and she had done one EP that she self-released, but she had an album that an Australian label was putting out called Spunk. That was the label, and she was going to tour Europe on that. And her costs were really low, so that was another factor. It was low cost. She had an album coming out, and she had a booker, and it was a really good tour, and some festivals involved that she got through that booker. So we was like, yes, we can fund that. And it was around that there was enough money available that we could take a chance on a new artist. Other artists, might just be a really good opportunity to play in a really great festival. Well, they have a label, and their label is an international label, and they are releasing something, and they're putting some money towards that as well. It just varies from artist to artist, but some sort of international response, positive response, is necessary. You can't just go. We have definitely had artists come to us and go, "Oh, we really want to go to China because the drummer's dad's from China," and we go, "Great, we'll have a good holiday, but we won't be helping you out with this. Sorry." But if you have a fundamentally good reason to go somewhere, then yeah, please come to us.
How competitive are the rounds?
They're really, 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 really competitive. We have around 150K per round, and at the moment, now that the touring has opened up, we vary between 300 to 500,000 worth of applications.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty hefty.
Yeah. Just a quick temperature test. Have any of you guys received Outward Sound funding?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So I know back in the day when old Gary was running the program, and that's how long the program's been going for, and then the work that you've done to kind of help make that application process as easy as possible, and one that's that is easy to apply for. So I recommend out there, if you haven't, look into that. Jonathan, you have literally you've just come from overseas. You've been on a tour that you've been trying to get started for a couple of years now. Tell us a little bit about sort of what you've been doing and some of the challenges I guess you've had in sort of today touring land.
So we left New Zealand on the 1st of February to do about a month-long tour of the US, doing headline shows, and then came back to New Zealand at about the time Tammy left, when the borders reopened. That favoured us timing-wise as well. We were very lucky, and came back via Australia and did a few headline shows there. We sort of, and then just less than 2 weeks in New Zealand, catching the breath and seeing the family and stuff. And then we were able to go straight back on to the road to go to the UK and Europe. And we came back 3 weeks ago.
How was it different from the last time you've been out?
So yeah, it is different. It is quite hard. I think I still really love touring, and I want to say something positive about touring at the front here, which is just that it's just an amazing lifestyle that I love so much, and I recommend it to anyone who's a working musician. And your day-to-day life is just so focused on one thing, which is getting to assembling and playing the show that night, and all your problem solving is really short-term and really immediate. And there are problems that you need to solve constantly. So you're really engaged, and you get to the show and you do a great show, and you put a show on, and people come and they cheer for you, and you get instant gratification that you've done a good job, and then you get to do it all over again tomorrow and just incrementally improve it and just keep working. And it's just such a great lifestyle if you're a keen working musician. I just love it. And that is all still there. And all the kind of those rewards are still there. The side, the kind of like sidebar rewards are almost completely gone at the moment, which is, the socializing with friends that might be overseas. You're not there for a holiday, and I know you might not have seen your friend in a couple of years, but they could give you COVID, and then that will stop the tour. So unless they're willing to, say, do a PCR test that, the night before and not see anyone and wear masks and join the bubble safely, all of that stuff needs to be thought through, and it doesn't happen easily. So basically, there's a lot of stuff that used to be like a fringe benefit of going on tour, getting to walk around the streets of beautiful historic cities, and you kind of have to give up on all of that for a little while. But hopefully, you are building towards something where you'll be back again and again and again, and you have those kind of mind-expanding experiences. But yeah, the world out there basically kind of sets you up to get COVID, and it sort of sounds a little bit callous, but I think it's extremely hard to avoid. We avoided it on our US tour, and I'm extremely impressed as well in your efforts, Tammy, to have avoided getting it on your run.
Efforts and luck.
And Tammy did South by Southwest, and apparently everyone who was at South by Southwest got COVID. So everyone except Tammy, and also our management who were there and didn't get COVID, but they're Australians and reasonably responsible with the masks and things like that. So it is possible to avoid it, but it's really hard, and no one's wearing a mask, and there isn't really the feel in New Zealand. There's the feeling of like, I'll do the right thing to kind of protect the people around me, but that sentiment doesn't really hold anymore overseas. And generally, if people are doing the right thing, they're probably sort of almost doing it for cynical political reasons even. It's just really challenging, and the chances of things going wrong are extremely high. So you have to be prepared for that. So if you can't afford for something to go wrong, then the time's probably not right. But we've costed the penalty of catching COVID and having to postpone a week's worth of shows, which is possible if you're doing a headline tour, not really possible if you're doing a festival tour. So you have to factor that into your risk as well. But if it's a headline tour and you can postpone shows, the cost is about 20, 25, maybe at the worst 30% of your budget. And some people will be drawing breath knowing that the margin on an international tour is probably about 18 to 22%. So if you lose the 25 to 30% for reschedules and COVID exposure and things like that, then you are turning a profit tour into a loss-making tour. So you hopefully you have other objectives, and hopefully they go really well. And this all happened to us, and it did go well, and I don't regret doing it. But yeah, things are going to go wrong. You're going to have to do some late night, really complicated problem solving, and really rack your brain for kind of ingenuitive answers to the problem. And it will be complex, and it will absolutely depend on what your next 4 or 5 days look like. So no solution that necessarily worked for us or for anyone else will absolutely apply to you. But there's often a way through it. And if you've got all those other, it can be really worth doing. But yeah.
Shit sandwich, y'all.
Yeah.
No, I definitely walked you into that one, Jonathan. So I appreciate your candour and the real talk. Tammy, I mean, do you have plans to hit the States again? Oh, you're leaving soon, or yeah, and I guess you're having to prepare for the reality. And what kind of stuff's on your mind about moving into this international markets today?
Oh man, you want a shit sandwich with a side order of shit? Is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
No,
you make so many people so happy.
Yeah, like a pig and shit. No, it's as Jono says, it's like there's so many positives. That's why we do it. That's why we put ourselves on the line and take all these insane risks. You know, connecting with audiences again, especially audiences that we worked for years and years to build. And haven't seen for almost coming up 3 years. You also have the thought of like, what about you don't want to lose that investment of, you know, a decade of investing time and money and time away from loved ones and all of that stuff. So you're weighing, it's such a balancing act, but the worry and the risk is massive. I have a tour in July that's all around Ontario and Quebec, where I'm originally from. And that is going to be challenging because it will be all friends and all family and all stages of vaxxed or unvaxxed, you know? And it's, you know, that part of it is a real concern as well, because a lot of the venues themselves are no longer mandating. So it falls on your shoulders to say to people that I'm really sorry you can't travel with us or be backstage, you know, unless you've like been vaxxed or done a test or whatever. It's going to be hard to have conversations with people that you love that you haven't seen for 3 years and say, sorry, not this time. And the financial part of it is you lose sleep over for sure. Right now, flights are insane. They're triple the amount they normally cost. Wow. Yesterday, I bought a flight for $6,000 to Toronto to do shows that will definitely, the margins are gone already, you know, any profit margins. And so it's back to that investment, and trying to focus on that. And, you know, with a new album coming out, you can't not tour it if you possibly can, you know, and you have to give it its best chance. All of the money you've spent on that project, you know, and all of the time and the 18 months of prepping to roll this out, you can't just let that fall flat in the water. And so it's a tough time to be in the music business. It is. And if at all possible, this is probably not the best time to start and kick it off right now, unless you do, you know, doing a support. That's kind of a thing that it reduces risk. So taking you know, doing festivals reduces risk because you're not relying on tickets. But as Jono says, then if someone gets COVID, you can't reschedule a festival. So it's this constant reevaluating and reassessing and weighing up risk and reward. It's tricky.
Can I jump in on that? Yeah. Because I think that like for so many people who will be considering what we're talking about, it will be their first trip. So it's not going to make money. It's going to lose quite a lot of money no matter what. It doesn't matter how big you are really, but you know, you're not big, like you're a Kiwi. So yeah, it's like if you're already putting $15,000 to $20,000 of your own savings and your band's income and whatever's scraping the bottom of your band bank account or whatever, plus you know $7,000 to $10,000 from Outward Sound into it, and you're planning to lose all of that because your shows only just barely break even and there's all the costs and everything like that. But you're gonna do something like probably postponing a week worth of shows is probably not a big deal. You know, you'll go over there and you might get COVID, and you want to think about what might happen if all 4 of your band members get COVID one after the other in a row, that would be an issue. So you can kind of work out what you want to do around that. But yeah, if you lost a week worth of shows and just had to postpone them, because we can't get dates for 3 months away, but we can get dates for 3 weeks away, because some other bands cancelled their show in 3 weeks' time. Right. So you can do rolling postponements until the cows come home at the moment. So you'll probably be able to postpone your run, and you were always going to lose the money anyway, and just do it. It'll be great. It'll be great. You know, the COVID implications for a first tour that was always going to lose all of its money are zero.
What the hell?
So this has actually turned into the panel of how to level up your shit sandwich.
No, but it's you
true,
only have to do that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Get it out of the way now, and then next year we'll be crushing it.
Bring that little bottle of hundreds and thousands, you'll be fine. Sprinkle it on top.
I'm going to throw to the floor and see if we've got some questions out there. I do have a little bit of a quick fire one that I want to kind of close with. So, okay, questions? Yes, down here in the front. So the question there is, how do you support, or how do you get on a support for touring, international touring acts? Thoughts?
I mean, if it's a New Zealand artist that's already established, then obviously making friends with them, finding out what their touring schedules are, and sort of just always checking in. And obviously, a Kiwi act that's touring internationally might not necessarily have the full say of who their support act is. The booking agent and the promoters will want to chime in on that, because they're relying on ticket sales. They're not necessarily relying that the support act's going to bring in heaps, but there is going to be a chat between, say, management and the booking agent and the artist of who's the appropriate act. If it's an international act that's touring internationally and you want to jump on their tour, then it's about making relationships, whether it's a label mate or you've been chatting on Twitter or things like that. That you're just building rapport with other artists that are very similar to you, or that would work well together.
So historically in New Zealand, a lot of acts have gone overseas after making friends with a band that's come to New Zealand and played. I think of like the 3Ds were on tour with Pavement, the
Brunettes
with
classic.
The Shins, yep. And that happens a lot. Some bands are nicer than others, but the good ones. I mean, like David Kilgar toured America many times over in a nice bus with Yola Tango because they really loved him. But then some bands, you'll meet them and they will really talk to you. So if you get the right band and you're really friendly and then you can hit it off, then it can really pay off.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Seeds toured North America, US, with another amazing reggae band that we really got on with, and it was kind of under the condition that they would come and we'd build a summer tour and they would come over, and it was just that reciprocal kind of deal that, a bunch of people that like playing music together.
How did you guys get the devil skin?
That was pretty easy because we did a New Zealand tour already about 2 years ago. So then they liked how we opened up for them and they took us over to Australia. And I agree with you, and it depends on how similar the bands are, the acts are. So for us, we had the Mongolian metal band, The Who. They were meant to come, but COVID happened, so that didn't happen. But they asked us to open up for them. And also Bloodywood, who's a Indian metal band. They asked us to open up for them in the UK and Europe. So it all depends on how similar your band is to that other band. Yeah,
but you've got that rapport with them. You've connected. With them.
Yeah. So from that, they've asked us. We said yes, and obviously COVID stopped us from having it, but now we're still good friends and we're talking.
Sure. Yes, this is the back there.
Hey, how far in advance do you need to pitch for festivals overseas?
I mean, European festivals, so for what's happening there summer this year, they would have been, this year's quite complicated because it's rolled over a few years, but if you're going for next European summer, they'll be looking in their headliners now and then sort of like September, October, they'll be looking to fill up the rest of their quota kind of thing.
I was going to ask you, how marketable in the international arena is being from New Zealand? Is it something that you'd lean on? Is it something that's, that is it a selling point?
I think so. I think that people overseas see that as exotic, and they do. They're like, oh, New Zealand. And then I open my mouth and they're like, you're not from New Zealand. And I'm like,
they all love Lord of the Rings.
And Fly
to the Conchords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does depend. Oh, and Fat Freddy's Drop.
Yeah.
If you go to Europe, Fat Freddy's Drop is the band. Everyone knows them, and everyone wants to ask you if you know them. More so, like Europe, Fat Freddy's Drop, America, Fly the Conchords.
Yeah. And I mean,
sometimes the Chills.
They all want to come to New Zealand. Like every international person wants to come to New Zealand.
There's a specific way in which being from New Zealand is really marketable overseas, and that's that an overseas record label would normally pay for their artists' production of things like music videos, and they'll pay for PR and things like that. But we have access to New Zealand On Air funding, and we have access to a number of other funding streams that can be really useful for overseas record labels. And even small record labels can do a really good job with your record. If they were budgeting to spend $30,000 releasing a record, and now because you've got a couple of funding rounds, they only have to spend 15. That can be really good for you as an artist. That might get you over the line with them if they kind of understand how the New Zealand system works. But you might also have to explain that system to them, which is like, that might be you have to work out how you can do that without, you probably don't want to put that in your first email to them. But
Americans really, really don't understand funding.
No. So, but you can talk it through with them if you get a phone call or something like that. You can talk it through with them, and you can say, "Oh, we've already got a couple of rounds of funding. We've already got a couple of music videos underway," and you can see the dollar signs rolling back in their eyes. Like, not actually, that's sound. Our record label's not like that, but I can imagine it. I could imagine running a record label and thinking like, "Oh, this is like a way easier proposition for us than it was before."
Yeah, sure.
Things always are so much easier to get in the door if you're adding value to someone else, and I think that's like a key thing in the industry because everyone wants something. Everybody wants help, or they want an opportunity. But if you bring value first, like being a good hang on tour with an international act, being helpful on tour, making things smoother for someone else, that's always a huge foot in the door, is having that attitude of bringing value to somebody else first.
I had the opportunity through my career in music as a booking agent and going to various like WOMEX and various conferences and that kind of thing. And so I wanted to just quickly answer your point about the lead time. I was going over as a booking agent, and I had a number of artists that I was representing through that time, and we were giving ourselves lots of lead time, but it took us about 3 years of just constantly going and being in the face of the booking agents, establishing that relationship to the point where then they would come to me and go, "What have you got? When are they coming? Yes, we can fit them in." And it was just, it was that constant sort of connection, just letting them know, "Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of artists, this is what's happening. Maybe if it fits in this year, if it doesn't, that's cool. See you next year at the conference." And so that kind of thing, and I guess, conferences like South by Southwest and any other sort of conferences that, again, they've started to kind of get smaller and smaller with the current environment. Hey, I just would quickly like to thank our panellists, Alan, Craig, Tammy, Jonathan, Oliver, and Filiva, and thank them all for being here. Could you please give them a round of applause? Now, this is the final one, and yes, Kath is here to see us all off, so thank you.
Kia ora wai. If you weren't here this morning, kia ora, I'm Kath from the Music Commission. Thank you for joining us today at the New Zealand Music Month Summit 2022. Level Up, taking music to the next level, which was brought to you by the Music Managers Forum Aotearoa and the New Zealand Music Commission. I need to acknowledge our sponsors. Thanks New Zealand On Air, thanks APRA, and thanks Recorded Music New Zealand. Thank you very much to the Tuning Fork for having us, and to Stream Shop for the live stream. Hello to people who might be watching at home. There are two important people we need to give a big round of applause, which is Nicola Edwards from the Music Commission and Lorraine Owen from the MMF. They did all of this. And also a huge thanks to the rest of the team at the Music Commission and the MMF who have been here today. Now, if anyone's still hungry, there are a few Eat My Lunches left at the back. Feel free to grab one. The bar is about to be open. We are all here for an hour until 4:30, so our speakers will be here. We'll all be around, so hang around, have a drink and have a chat. And if you're a member of the Music Commission's Industry Internship Program, can you please come to the front of the stage after this, because Nicola just wants to have a quick word, so interns come forward. So with that, a huge hearty thanks to all our fantastic speakers today. It's been a really great day. It's a beautiful day out there, but I was really happy I was in here. So there you go. Thank you very much for coming.